Good, so it's already on. Good, you're cooking. Okay, so go back there.
Back to the...
Yeah. Make sure your mixer is down. Okay. Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, Brett, I'm going to be right back.
Mixers are down.
Sure. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic test. 1, 1, 2. You can hear Carl? Okay. Try it. Yeah. Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. I can't hear you, but you're close to me. That's why I can hear you.
Okay. Progress.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. I had her muted, that's why.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I had her muted this entire time. That's so funny. Okay. showdown here from Ruth Leedy Field. The Wheaton Thunder and the Wisconsin Lutheran Warriors about to showdown with each other alongside Stephanie Kishi. I'm Aiden Kong. Stephanie, what are you looking forward to in this afternoon's doubleheader?
Yeah, I am looking forward to Wheaton hopefully continuing their 6-game win streak. They are flying high after defeating Maranatha Baptist 25-0 and 17-1. And the pitcher, Shyla Dozman, has had success against this Wisconsin team.
Thunder come into this game 9-5, sweeping their last 3 opponents. Warriors just split with Benedictine not too long ago. 7-7, 1-1 out of the NAC. These two teams played last year. They were supposed to play a 2-game series. They can only play 1, as that day was battered with weather delays, lightning delays. Wheaton took the first game with ease, and then in game 2 they had to cancel it because they ran out of time.
Leading off the game for the Warriors, number 34, Juliana Aloy.
Juliana Aloy to lead things off for the Warriors. The junior hitter out of Harrison Township, Michigan. Dozman pitching for the Thunder. Let's roll from Ruth Leedy Field. That's that first pitch in there for strike 1. That one popped up into right field, and the catch is going to be made for the first out. That was Nori King, who's getting her opportunities to play right field this afternoon.
Now batting number 12, Marita Martinez.
Martinez now to hit. Swings and misses on the first offering at strike 1. Martinez, sophomore out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, last year played in 34 games. Slugged .389 a season ago for the Warriors. Second pitch is out there for ball 1. Pretty impressive outing against Blackburn. Otherwise, she was named the CCIW Student Athlete of the Week amongst pitchers. Second pitch is in there. It's a 1-2 count on a windy Wednesday afternoon. Beautiful temperatures. Nearly 60 degrees the last time I checked. Back at 66 degrees. Feels like 56. Winds blowing 15 miles near the north. 1-2 count. Wednesday outside for ball 2.
Yeah, and that wind might play a factor today, especially for someone like Abby Whitehead, who is ripping the cover off the ball. I think this ball will be sailing out toward left center field. So if anyone gets a hold of that ball, it might be out of here.
The count remains 2-2. Martinez, 2 for 3 in RBI, a double. First time she played the Benue Eagles, and then 1 for 3 in game 2.
So we're just trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
2 count. That one is fouled.
So if you're like,
Shyla Dozman got the win the second time she played the Beavers. 4 strikeouts, only 1 earned run in that game. And we are all loaded up, 3-2, full count. It looks like Martinez, she'll draw the walk on her first at-bat.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 29, Summer Kroll.
Summer Kroll to hit. Here out of New London, Wisconsin. 1 for 3 last time out against Benue. The second time she played the Eagles. 2 for 4 in RBI in game 1 against the Eagles. Currently hitting .405, which leads the team. Swings and misses on the first offering. A chance at a steal for Martinez, and she is safe.
Yeah, she just got a great jump off of that. Off the bag, excuse me. Figueroa had no shot at catching her, but still a decent throw by Figueroa, just to keep that competitive.
That's the 5th career steal for Martinez. Her first this season. 0-1 counts. Nosebin down low. Martinez thought about stealing third, but stays in place. One on with one out. Martinez at second. Good contact right there. Play over to first base is made. Arnett with a nice throw. That one gets right over Bella Giles. And that will bring in a run. Martinez with some good base running, and the Warriors strike first. They're up 1-0.
Yeah, really smart base running there by Martinez to wait until Arnett had thrown to first to move, advance to third. I didn't honestly think that Whitehead had a shot at getting Martinez at third, and unfortunately that throw just sailed way too high and went down the left field line.
Now it's Kylie Gatson to hit for Wisconsin Lutheran.
Batting number 25, Kylie Gaston.
And they're going to say Martinez was able to score off the throwing error. Nobody on with 2 outs. The routine ground ball opportunity. Play to first is made. 1-0 Wisconsin Lutheran leads. Wheaton's offense will take the field in the bottom of the first here on the CCIW Network.
Bottom of the first here from Ruth Lee Field. Warriors took the early 1-0 lead off the fielding error. It'll be Ava Harnett to begin things for the Thunder. First pitch, and it's a strike. Tegan Piven pitching for the Warriors to begin this afternoon. Sophomore at Plainfield, Illinois. The All-MAC honorable mention from a season ago. Last year played in 27 games, 3 saves, 42 strikeouts, led the team in ERA with a 2.69 ERA. Also good enough to be 8th out of the NAC. A 1-1 count, that one's fouled.
Yeah, and she is looking to rebound from her last start against Benedictine. She got chased out of the game pretty early with only 1 1/3 innings pitched on 5 hits, 5 runs. 3 of them were earned and only struck out 1 batter.
Here's the 1-2 count. Tall and outside, it's ball 2. Thunder pretty much had their way against Maranatha Baptist. It was so lopsided. The Thunder had 21 walks in game 1 against the Sabercats and then 16 walks in game 2. Down low near the dirt, full count. It's a 3-2 pitch. Nori Kang is due up for the Thunder out of the 2 spot. Piven, weak contact, right over to Kelly. Kelly makes up the play over to first base, and a nice catch was made for the first out.
Batting for Wheaton, number 17, Nori Kang.
There's Nori Kang for Wheaton. King, the freshman out of California. 2 for 4 against Blackburn in game 2. And really underrated player for this Wheaton squad.
Yeah, we saw on Saturday that she just works some very key walks. She's a very, very patient hitter. She's not afraid to swing, of course, but she's not going to expand that strike zone very much, making it really hard for pitchers to pitch to her.
2 walks against Blackburn back in game 1. Doesn't swing there, first strike for Piven. Piven got the save in game 1, but as you said, kind of chased out in game 2 against the Benue Eagles. She was credited for the loss. Good swinging there, but that is going to be dropped by the center fielder, Redeman, and it's going to be a single, so I'm assuming this is going to be E8, as the dangerous hitter for Wheaton, Abby Whitehead, is due up.
For Wheaton, number 24, Abby Whitehead.
And Stephanie, we were talking a little bit about pregame. Abby Whitehead definitely deserving of her CCIW honor.
Yes, absolutely. She has a 5-game hit streak going on right now, and that is multiple hit games with 2 home runs in that span. Takes a big cut and misses on the first pitch. But if she keeps hitting the way she's hitting, I think she has another shot at another CCIW Player of the Week.
Hitting .424 is Abby Whitehead this season, slugging .7084. As they'll make the check on Kang, she's safe over at first base. Just trying to stretch and steal second. Given how Wheaton lost Olivia Nohorniak, it seems like Abby Whitehead is the next player due up to take the next step for this Wheaton offense and elevate it even further than what Nohorniak was able to do. 1-1 pitch down low for ball 2. Kang currently at first base, got in off the E8. Whitehead spots that one well. Hitters count at 3-1 with only 1 out. Piven, that one down the third base line. And the throw over to first cannot be made. So runners on first and second with only 1 out.
Really tough play for the third baseman in Anna Brack. Yeah, just hit right down the bag. Whitehead was speeding down the line, and unfortunately the first baseman was not quite able to corral that.
Here's now Mia Reinhardt, had a big home run the first time she played Blackburn in game 1. Hitting .417 is Reinhardt. First pitch in there, strike 1. Reinhardt, the senior out of Noblesville, Indiana, former transfer from Anderson University. Last year played in 35 games, started in 9, hit .152, while slugging .182 a season ago. Second pitch, swing and a miss. Favorable count for Piven, it's an 0-2.
Yeah, she did really well to get Reinhardt swinging over that ball. She changed speeds on her. That's what you're going to often see is fast and slow here in softball. And so, yeah, Reinhardt was definitely fooled on that pitch.
Whitehead on first, Kang on second. Only one out. Swing and a miss. And a strikeout there for Reinhardt. Now Libby Figueroa will hit for the Thunder. Singer from California, former transfer from Puget Sound. 1 for 2, 2 RBIs, a double, and a walk. For the first time she played Maranatha Baptist. Warriors looking to strand 2 base runners and get out of this inning, preserving their 1-0 lead. That one bloopered into left field, back at the wall, and it's gone! Livy Figueroa, her second home run of the season.
Yeah, what a beautiful hit. She did not look like she put anything into that swing. As I mentioned before, that wind is blowing favorably to outfield, and yeah, it didn't honestly look like it was gonna go super far. The outfielder was playing in, so she had to look back and turn. So I did think that it was actually gonna stay in the park, but yeah, beautiful home run by Livy Figueroa to put Wheaton up 3-1.
Her first home run of the season came against Franciscan back during the spring break series, as the Thunder have the lead here in the bottom of the first.
Now batting, Bella Giles.
Bella Giles to hit for the Thunder. She's hitting .360 on the season, the freshman from San Jose, California. We were talking about this a lot in our Blackburn game, the fact that the Thunder are not afraid to go young and put freshmen out there to start this game.
Yeah, for sure. Giles and Kang, both the first people that I think of. And they're also both from California, which is great. As someone from California, got to rep the state. But both of them have been really, really good as of late. Kang has been working the counts very well. And Giles has just been swinging the bat pretty well so far.
Remind the audience and myself, where in California are you from?
I am from Livermore, California, which is about an hour directly east of San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third pitch was out there. That's ball one. It's a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Thunder lead 3-1 off a 3-run homer by Livy Figueroa, her second home run of the season. Good pitching and good swing, but that is going to be caught out at left field. Good catch by Heller, as the Thunder have a 3-1 lead headed into the top of the second here on the CCIW Network. Top of the second inning here on the CCIW Network, live from Ruth Leedy Field. The Thunder, they lead 3-1 in a non-conference showdown. This is technically the second only meeting between these two squads. They had a 2-game series a season ago. Wheaton took game 1, and then game 2 was basically postponed. They were playing it, and they had to call it off because they ran out of time. Of course, that entire day they were dealing with weather delays, lightning delay, rain delay, and all that fun stuff. 1-1 count. As Anna Brackey is currently at the plate for the Warriors. Freshman from Brookfield, Wisconsin. 1 for 4 in RBI in the first time matchup against Benedictine. That one gets right past third base. It's going to be a leadoff single for Brackey and this Warriors offense.
Both teams pulling the ball down that left field line, which makes sense. A lot of these hitters are right-handed hitters, so if you tend to pull the ball, you're going to be pulling that toward third base. So I would expect a lot of action on that side of the field. And also, as I mentioned, which I probably will hopefully stop mentioning soon, the wind is going that way.
Peyton Crutcher to hit for the Warriors. Good swing right there, and it's going to be caught. Kang with a nice grab and able to get back to first base is Brackey.
Yeah, she had a chance to double off Brackey at first. Unfortunately, that throw was just not quite on line.
Now batting number 24, Rebecca Redeman.
Redeman a hit, another freshman, this time from Canton, Michigan, who has started in all 14 games, make it 15 if you include this afternoon. Dozman, first pitch down, but inside the strike zone. Warriors got their first run off an error in the top of the first. Second pitch is outside for ball 1. Warriors team that's averaging close to 4 runs per game, which is 10,000 DAC. They have 92 hits entering this afternoon. Attempt steal over at second base, and it looks like the runner, Brackey, is safe.
That was a good throw by Figueroa from the knees. Very hard to do as a catcher. If you can imagine, you basically are relying all on your upper body to get that ball over there. Unfortunately, Brackey was just faster.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, chopped right back to Dozman. Dozman throws over to first base, and the catch is made for out number 2. Good catch by Abby Whitehead. The runner advances over to third base. And it seems like, especially at the Division III level, stealing bases is highly encouraged by both teams.
Yes, absolutely. Stealing bases is how you are going to get around the diamond faster. I think it's easier. Well, okay, I'll say this. I think it's a different stolen base situation in softball. We've talked about this before on Monday. Softball players cannot leave before the pitcher releases the ball, but so they can't like take a huge lead like they do in baseball. Ball gets away.
It's a wild pitch, and here comes Brackey over to home plate, and she's safe. It's 3-2. Warriors only down by 1 in the top of the second.
Yeah, just unfortunate there. Figueroa not quite able to corral that ball quick enough to toss it over to Dozman.
One count. That's popped up. Just relatively close to actually hitting an innocent bystander.
I know, it's kind of fun that this is happening during class time for us at Wheaton College, but I know these poor innocent bystanders do need to pay attention to the signs that are posted around the field saying caution, fly balls.
Of course, Ruth Lee is quite unique, unlike Lee Fund Field, where you have to go outside up to Carroll Stream. That's where the baseball stadium is. And then here at Ruth Lee Field, it's literally in the heart of campus.
For sure, and I think a lot of people do appreciate that. I was talking to some friends who stopped by, and they're like, it's just kind of fun, even just for a couple minutes, not necessarily going to see the game, but if a softball game's happening and you know, you might want to stop by. The weather's good. I think that definitely adds to visibility for this Wheaton softball team.
That was a tall pitch right there. 2-2 even count. Nobody on 2 outs. Warriors only down by 1 here in the top of the 2nd inning. Dozeman hits the dirt. All full up at 3-2. Kelly swings and a miss. Strike 3. The Warriors get 1 run in the first and 1 run in the second. They're only down 3-2, headed into the bottom of the 2nd inning. Bottom of the 2nd on the CCIW network. Ruth Lee Field on a Wednesday afternoon with a very solid attendance. The Thunder are up 3-2. Kennedy Kemp will be batting for the Thunder, sophomore out of Arlington, Texas. Currently leads the team in stolen bases with 6, hitting .333. She also leads the team in walks with 10. Pevin still in the circle for the Warriors. As Kemp falls behind early, the count is no balls and 2 strikes. Kemp against Maranatha Baptist. The first time she played them, 2 RBIs, 2 walks, and she was hit by a pitch. Third pitch slightly outside the strike zone for ball 1. Shyla Dozeman due up for the Thunder after Kennedy Kemp's at-bat appearance. 1-2, make it 2-2. Piven. High fly ball into center field, and the catch is going to be made by Redeman for the first out. Now it's Shyla Dozeman, the starting pitcher for the Thunder.
The pitcher, number 7, Shyla Dozeman.
Still looking for her first hit of the season. First pitch down and away, but barely just gets inside for strike 1. Dozeman, a season ago, 8 of 37 hitting the ball. Slug 324, another pop-up into right field, and that catch is made by Juju Aloy to retire the second batter. Now it's Soleil Weaver batting for the Thunder. The sophomore out of Whitmore Lake, Michigan. Playing in her 11th game this season, played in all 40 a season ago and started in 35. 18 of 82 hitting a season ago, 220 batting average. Slug 280. 14 stolen bases as well. Still looking for her first stolen base of the season. Second pitch, they're going to say right outside for ball one. And it looks like for Tegan Piven, rattled her in the first inning, but has settled really nicely in inning number 2.
Yes, absolutely. Every single batter so far this inning has seen a first pitch strike, which means I think Wheaton needs to be attacking or thinking of attacking the ball, or they could be down 0-2 very quickly.
And Coach Flagel talked about how Tegan Piven can be put in tough situations and still prevail. Again, this was someone who was an all-NAC honorable mention, led the team in strikeouts, led the team in saves, led the team in ERA, and now getting the opportunity to start. Last year, she was 2-4 as a starting pitcher.
Yeah, we talked about that her last start where she struggled a bit, but before that, she had only given up 4 runs in her combined innings. Excuse us. Some of the opposing fans were surprised that that ball was not called a strike. Distracted me for 2 seconds. But all that to say, Piven is a very good pitcher.
Weaver now 3-2 count with 2 outs. That one, swing and a miss. 3 up and 3 down. 3-2, Wheaton has the lead headed into the top of the 3rd. Top of the 3rd, here on the campus of Wheaton College. It'll be Madison Heller to lead things off for Wisconsin Lutheran. Warriors were able to put in 1 run in their first 2 innings each. That's why they are only trailing 3-2. Dozeman's still the starting pitcher. Heller this season hitting .400, albeit 6 of 15, hitting the ball. 1 for 1 in RBI. And a double along with a walk the second time she played the Benedictine Eagles. Here's a bunt attempt. Giles throws it over to first base, and it looks like the first batter is retired.
Great job by Wheaton on that one. That is how you draw it up as a coach. That's how you learn when someone bunts, third baseman and first, catcher and pitcher all crash in. Whoever gets it will throw it to the second baseman who is covering first. Beautifully executed by Wheaton.
And how hard is that play to make defensively?
That one, she did show bunt pretty early. Giles specifically could come in the fastest, I would say. It's still relatively hard because you need to communicate, but especially between Giles and Dozeman on that play, and be able to make a good throw because the batter's coming out of the left-handed side of the box, meaning she already has like a step or 2 towards first base.
Juliana Loy, they're going to say she went. So she falls behind early 0-2 back in the first inning, flew out. Last year, Loy played in 21 games, started in 20. Slugged .352 a season ago. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one is right back to Shyla Dozeman, and she will toss it to Abby Whitehead for out number 2. Maritza Martinez to hit for the Warriors. Her first time out, she walked. 4 for 4, 2 RBIs, and a triple against Finchburg State back in the spring break tournament. In fact, both of these teams do have some common opponents, Finchburg State being one of them. That one fouls off her bat. Martinez a season ago, 28 hits in 34 games played to go along with 12 RBIs. Oh, 1, that's fouled. As Martinez is behind an 0-2 count. And that one gets right into center field, past Harnett. And so the Warriors keep the top of the third alive. The tying run is at first base, and the go-ahead run is currently at the plate in the form of Summer Crawl.
Now batting number 29, Summer Crawl.
As we said, Crawl, the leader in terms of batting average for the Warriors, hitting .405. She also leads the team in hits with 17 hits. I'm going to say that first pitch was slightly to the outside, ball 1. Last year, Crawl, 27 hits a season ago, slugging .394 and on-base percentage of .327. 1-0 count, barely touches her bat, and we're even up at 1-1. I mean, there is no doubt that Martinez over at first base wants to go for second.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and that can be a game changer when you're down by a run to get to second, and if the ball is hit anywhere near the outfield.
That one deep into center field, back at the wall, it's still in play. Chance for the Warriors to bring someone home, and they will. This ball game is tied. Martinez is safe. It's an RBI double for Summer Crawl.
Yeah, just nice piece of hitting. Kemp was playing a little bit in, was not able to get quite over to the wall in time. That ball had a chance to go out. I'm not the best with feet, but it did look like it hit relatively close to the top of the wall. And yeah, with, as we mentioned, Martinez with her speed just came around to score with ease.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 25, Kylie Gaston.
Now it's Gatson up to hit. Warriors with the opportunity to take the lead with Crawl at second base. For Summer Crawl, her 7th RBI of the season. This is the heart of the order for Shyla Dozeman, just recently named CCIW Student Athlete of the Week amongst pitchers. Swing and miss on the first offering, and Kylie Gadsden. Martinez, rather Summer Crawl, stays over at second.
Yeah, real quick, just to go to Martinez and Kroll, it makes sense why you have Martinez hitting ahead of Kroll, because she gets on so often, and if Kroll can just get the bat on the ball, Martinez is most likely going to score.
Kind of a 1-2 punch for Wisconsin Lutheran, because Gadsden a season ago, 38 hits, which led the team.
Yes.
Also had 24 RBIs. That too led the team. Slugged .461 a season ago.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is the heart of the order, and Dozeman needs to get Gadsden out.
Gadsden doesn't go for it and picks wisely. It's 2-1 in favor of her. Again, Summer Crawl currently at second base, just hit an RBI double to tie this ball game up. The Warriors have put up 1 run in each of their first 3 innings, which is why we are tied at 3-all. Swing and miss, strike 2. Meanwhile, Wheaton got all their runs in the first inning. Still have to play the bottom of the third, but good pitching by Piven in the bottom of the second. 2-2 count. 1 on and 2 out. And they're gonna say outside, loaded up at 3-2. payoff pitch. Gatson swings and nearly hits the dugout of Wheaton. We'll do this all over again. Sophomore out of Albertville, Minnesota, currently slugging .611 is Kylie Gatson. 3-2 count with 2 outs. 3-all ball game here from North Lee Field. Dozman, swing and a miss. Uncalled strike 3. Figueroa still has to make the play over to first base. As just like that, the Warriors score a run. Nobody was covering home plate. And Abby Whitehead dropped the ball over at first base, which is now why Wisconsin Lutheran is up 4-3.
Yeah, that pesky drop, third strike, always taught to run it out, and that is why, yeah, just an unfortunate break for Wheaton. Figueroa rushed that throw, Whitehead couldn't nab it. Yeah.
Addison Klein will pinch run for the Warriors.
23 and 25 out. Substitution, 23 and 25 out.
But if the Thunder simply made that play, this inning would have been over and we would have been tied at 3-all.
Yeah, that's just, I think, hard because you don't want to ever rush that throw as Figueroa did, but you are aware that someone is running down the line. So unfortunate break for Wheaton, but they must get Brasky out.
So Bracke now to bat. Singled her first time out back in the top of the second inning. And now here's the chance for a steal at second base. And Klein is going to be safe. One count. Still 2 outs here in the top of the third. That one lifted into center field, and the catch is going to be made by Kennedy Kemp. Great extension by her.
Yes, beautiful catch. Those are some of the hardest balls to nab because you're running in and you don't know when to dive or not.
The Warriors bring in 2 runs in the top of the third. They have their first lead of the ball game, up 4-3 since leading 1-0. Got a new pitcher on for the Warriors. Brianna Washer will now enter, sophomore out of South Elgin, Illinois. So Piven doing solid work other than the 3 runs given up by the Warriors defense, producing 2 shutout innings. If they can get through this 3rd inning, that is. Ava Hardnett up to bat for Wisconsin Lutheran. Here in the bottom of the 3rd, grounded out her first time out. Washer pitched in both Game 1 and Game 2 against Benedictine. Game 1, 3 1/3 innings pitched, gave up 5 hits, a walk, and 2 earned runs. High and away for ball 2.
Yeah, it appears to be a bit of a bullpen game for Wisconsin Lutheran. We can see the opponent's bullpen and someone else is warming up over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another pitcher after Washer either next inning or the inning after that.
The count is 3-1 for Harnett. 2 for 5, an RBI and a double for Harnett against Blackburn the second time she played the Beavers. And then 2 walks and an RBI against Maranatha Baptist as that one's blasted into center field, and that is caught. Redeman makes the catch to retire the first batter. Kang to hit. Freshman got on off an error from Redeman. For Washer, she got the win against Franciscan. 4 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts and 2 walks. And shutout play by Washer. Last year, Washer played in 9 games, started in 1. 0-1 was her win-loss record, a 9.45 ERA a season ago. 2 balls and no strikes for Kang. That one near the knees. Good count for King. And a chance to walk. Washer. As that one will draw the walk, so Kang will head over to first base.
She was the player who started that rally last inning by getting on after the error, and hopes that she can do the same with Whitehead coming right up.
And the thing about this Wheaton offense is the fact that you have some dangerous hitters, players who can really do some damage offensively.
For sure.
Whitehead in the game for the Thunder. Had the game-winning home run in Game 2 against Blackburn, the walk-off. And then Game 1, she also homered against the Beavers. Currently leading the team and the CCIW in home runs with 4. She's 3rd in the CCIW in RBIs with 12.
Oh, no, I'll consider it.
Second pitch is in there, strike 1. It's a 1-1 count with the Warriors leading this one 4-3 in the second all-time meeting between these two teams. It should be number 3 all-time, but the second game was basically called off because both teams ran out of time due to weather delays earlier that day. Kang, and she's not going to try to steal. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. Washer this season currently a 3.6 ERA. She's 5-2 this season, so already getting off to a much better start is Washer. She has appeared in 12 games, make it 13 if you include this afternoon. Started in 6. 2-2 count for the also dangerous Abby Whitehead, junior out of Flower Mound, Texas.
Aiden, I know you're from Texas. How far is that from you? I also know Texas is a giant state.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea where Flower Mound, Texas is. I've never heard of that place.
Fair enough.
There are only 5 cities that I know. Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, and El Paso.
Okay, fair enough.
I know where Amarillo is. I guess I can include that in there. I know where Midland is, I think. She fouls that one off, does Whitehead. But I agree. If you think about it, Texas at one point was its own country. Did you know that?
I don't think I did.
It fought its own independence war against Mexico, and then was an independent country before being included with the United States. Gotta remember when that was occurring. As looks like Whitehead draws the walk, so Kang will move over to second base along with her. But isn't it crazy to think that the state of Texas, in terms of geographic size, is bigger than some countries in the world?
It is. It is. I've actually never been, so, but I feel like whenever I look on the map, yeah, it feels like Texas just takes up like a quarter of the country.
I also say the same thing about Alaska
Yeah.
and your home state of California.
That's true. That's true. We're pretty big. We have the most people, which I think, yeah, people kind of forget that part. Like, we're not as big as Texas, but we have nearly 40 million people.
Here's Mia Reinhardt, struck out her first time at bat back in the first inning. 2 runners are on for Wheaton, that being Kang at second, Whitehead at first, excuse me. The Warriors getting 2 runs in the third inning. They've scored in every single inning, has Wisconsin Lutheran looking for their first win against Wheaton in this short series. 0-1 count. Washer. That one's high inside for ball 1. If there was a place in Texas you had to visit, where would you go?
That's an excellent question. I've been told by someone to visit a place in Texas, and I can't remember which city that was. I'm sorry. I've heard nice things about Dallas, right? Is that true?
In a way, I think Dallas is.
Where should I visit, I guess, then?
My recommendation would be Austin. I think
Austin,
Austin is
okay.
the most interesting city. I think the music culture is really good.
Okay.
I mean, there's a slogan, make Austin weird.
Really? Okay.
That's going to be a strike, 2-2 count.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of people from California are moving to Texas. One of my neighbors moved to Texas. I can't remember what part of Texas she moved to, but she actually also played softball too, which is kind of fun.
2 on with 1 out. Here in the bottom of the third, that one gets into center field, a line drive. Kang is going to try to score and tie this ball game up, and she will. It's an RBI single for Mia Reinhardt. All knotted up at 4-all.
Nice at bat by Mia Reinhardt. Went down early, but did not expand that strike zone and just hit the ball right up the middle where no one can cover.
And we were talking a lot about this in our Maranatha Baptist game. You could have made the case that Mia Reinhardt deserved CCIW Student Athlete of the Week as a hitter herself instead of Abby Whitehead.
Yes, I mean, of course, Whitehead did hit 2 home runs. One of them was a walk-off to Reinhardt's 1 home run. But Reinhardt also had 3 doubles in the second game against Blackburn. And she, too, has been swinging that bat really, really well. If Illinois Wesleyan have Martinez and Kroll, I would argue that Wheaton has Whitehead and Reinhardt.
Madeline Hillier.
So it will be Madeline Hillier pinch hitting for the Thunder. Lifted into left field, and it's going to be caught. And a double play is also made as Abby Whitehead, I don't think, understood what was going on. She did not get back to second base in time. Nonetheless, the Wheaton Thunder and the Wisconsin Lutheran Warriors all evened up at 4-all. It's the top of the fourth inning,
Number 15, Peyton Crutcher.
and a point to note, Madeline Hiller will be moving in to play catcher. She'll replace Libby Figueroa.
Yeah, Figueroa just having an unfortunate inning last inning might have played a factor in her going out.
Peyton Crutcher. Good solid contact into center field, and it's caught. Kennedy Kemp. Back-to-back amazing diving catches for the sophomore out of Texas.
For sure, yeah. Coming in, just like as Superman, just diving forward. Beautiful catch. And we also just saw a beautiful catch last inning by the left fielder, Madison Heller, for Illinois, or excuse me, Wisconsin Lutheran.
I mean, Illinois Wesleyan and Wisconsin
Yeah,
Lutheran.
I was gonna say.
Fair,
Yeah, you
they
knew
have
I
the
was.
same color scheme.
They have the same color scheme. You know, they have the state name plus the church denomination. I was getting mixed up there.
Kennedy Kemp's coach for volleyball, Coach Plunkett, is here in attendance. He is sitting right behind Coach Gillingham. He's pretty pumped up after that catch by Kennedy Kemp. As we said, Kemp, a two-sport athlete here at Wheaton College, playing both volleyball in the fall and softball in the spring. 2-0 count, and that one gets into left field. Redeman will just stay over at first base. So with the second batter, Redeman gets over, and now the go-ahead run is at first base.
Got a pretty good battle going, Aiden. I know earlier, before the game, we were wondering what might shake out today, and it looks to be a back and forth battle.
8-2. Substitution. Fade in, 2 out.
So it looks like Daylana Morgacy is going to be pinch hitting for Molly Kelly. Morgacy playing in her 11th game, sophomore at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is a fun fact about Morgacy, by the way. In high school, she was a kicker on the football team.
No way.
She was the first woman to score in Greenfield football.
That's awesome.
That was off, I believe, an extra point, if I'm not mistaken. Morgacy up into center field. Another solid catch by Kennedy Kemp. I mean, Kemp has been pretty busy out in center field herself.
Exactly, yeah. And two of those catches have not been like your routine catch by any means. But yes, doing a wonderful job in center. And as we've seen, for Wheaton specifically, a couple of errors have been leading to Wisconsin Lutheran runs, and so any sort of defensive strengths, or excuse me, just any sort of defense right now, I think, will be the game changer for Wheaton specifically.
Play over to second base, and it looks like the runner is safe. Redeman steals with ease.
Nice throw by Hillier to get that out. Just a nice jump, which most softball players are going to get a decent jump, because as I mentioned before, you can't leave until the ball is released by the pitcher, meaning the pitcher can't throw back like they can in baseball, but it does put a lot of the onus on the catcher to make a really nice throw, and Hillier did make a nice one right there.
And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like the Warriors are going to use a pinch hitter. Raquel Shields is going to enter the game for Wisconsin Lutheran. The sophomore playing in her 9th game this season. Last year she played in 8, started in 3. Only a 143 batting average a season ago. Shields chooses not to swing. Ball 1. Shields only with 2 hits thus far this season, hitting .286. Went to Lake Park High School in Illinois. Redeman currently on second base, swing and a miss there by Shields. It's a 2-1 count.
Her bio on the Wisconsin Lutheran page says that she is majoring in diagnostic medical sonography. I don't really know what that means, but that sounds really cool.
I also don't know what that means. I'm really stunned.
I mean, like, that's really cool, I think, because it's unique, to say the least. Yeah.
And isn't it cool as well that you have all these players, you search up what they're majoring at. It's probably a bunch of different things, and yet they're all playing softball together.
Exactly.
3-1 count is in for strike 2. Meanwhile, a runner will go over to third. That's Redeman, as the Warriors looking to threaten and retake the lead.
Yeah. As a catcher, believe it or not, it can be hard when the batter swings and misses because you're trying to catch the ball and then a movement literally inhibits you from catching it. Unfortunately, that's happened to Figueroa a couple times, and that happened to Hillier. So keep an eye on that for Wheaton catchers. It's not an easy job, though.
Catch made by Harnett, makes the play over to first base, and it looks like Shields is out. Good defense there by the Wheaton Thunder.
Yes, for sure. They definitely had a lot better defense there, and the run did not come in before the out, so we are still knotted up at 4.
You ready? Bottom of the 4th, live from Ruth Leedy Field on the CCIW network. Thunder coming in this game 9-5, winners of 6 straight and having swept their last 3 opponents. Warriors coming off a split in Lyle against Benedictine. They're 7-7, 1-1 out of the NAC. And we've seen some really good plays both offensively and defensively from these squads.
Absolutely. The ball seems to be hanging a tiny bit more than usual, or that just might be me being weird and diagnostic about random things, but just the ball has been hanging in a way that has made Kennedy Kemp and Madison Heller just superheroes today, making great catches.
4-all ball game from the campus of Wheaton College. Warriors were the first one to strike in the top of the first, and then Wheaton pulled in 3 runs off that homer from Livy Figueroa. 1-1 count for Bella Giles. Flew out in inning number 1. Giles sees it at the dirt. Ball 2. Washer still in the ball game for the Warriors. Again, the sophomore is 5-2 this season. Her win-loss record, that one continues to stay at the dirt. Good hitters count for Giles. The count is 3-1.
I don't know if we keep the stats for these, but I would love to see how many pitches on average a Wheaton player sees, because I feel, looking at my little scorecard here, I feel like they're seeing quite a lot of pitches, which is always a good thing.
3-2, that's to Washer, juggles around with it, but still makes the easy play over to first. Kylie Gatson with the grab to retire the first batter. Now it's Kennedy Kemp to hit. A lot of praise, as you said, Stephanie, has to go to her defensive abilities, but offensively she knows how to get on base.
Yes, absolutely. We mentioned, or I think you specifically mentioned earlier, Aiden, that she's leading the team in walks with 10.
Kemp, an on-base percentage of .567. That leads the team, also good enough to be 5th in the CCIW.
And that's crazy for people who maybe don't know exactly what that means. That means she's getting on base half of the time.
That one bit of a slow breaking ball with the wind now picking up steam. I'm pretty sure the viewers back home can feel it in their speakers.
Yes, and we saw some dirt kick up off of the field toward the outfield. Watch out, outfielders.
Currently, according to the weather app, it is blowing 16 miles to the northeast, gusts of 27 miles per hour.
Yep, that's Wheaton, Illinois. If you have never spent time in Wheaton, Illinois, Aiden and I can tell you that the wind is a factor. And I was telling Aiden before the game this, I think the wind should count as a season.
Explain why. As that one is hit into center field, but another nice grab is made by Redovic.
I just think, for example, okay, well, today's hard, but today is a nice day. But imagine how much nicer the day would be if there was not 20-mile-per-hour gusts of wind. Or the biggest one for me is sometimes when it's maybe like January or February, the weather is like starting to slowly warm up, meaning like it's like 35 or 40, but then you have like wind chill of -1,000,000 degrees. You know what I'm saying? Like a 40-degree day in February is great, especially if the sun's out, and then the wind comes and it's like actually it feels like 5 degrees.
You know, I don't mind the wind, but not this right now.
That's fair.
I think, I don't know what other people would think, but like 5-mile-per-hour winds would be nice.
Sure, yeah. A little breeze.
Here's now Shyla Dozeman to bat. She pops that one up. A chance to be made by Gatson, and she does make the catch for out number 3. Still deadlock at 4-all on the CCIW network. Yep. Dozeman's still out there for the Wheaton Thunder. It will be Alloy to bat.
The back number 34, Juliana Alloy.
So far for Dozeman, 59 pitches through 4 innings of work. Has given up 4 hits. As that one is going to be easily caught for out number 1. Catch being made by Gracie Rockness. Going back to Dozeman, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 1 walk. That is it, along with 2 strikeouts.
Now batting, Maritza Martinez.
Yeah, I think Dozeman has pitched a really good game. Obviously, her defense has been a tiny bit shaky today. But yeah, only 1 walk and really still attacking hitters even when she's run into trouble, which is great.
Martinez walked in the first inning, and then in the second inning, she singled.
I had a coach once tell me that she believed that that catchers should be the best hitters. Just because you stand right next to the umpire the whole game and listen to like where he's calling balls and strikes, and therefore should just know the strike zone very well. And because you see the most pitches, quite literally, because you're watching someone throw you pitches pretty much all game. And I feel like Martinez is showing that right now.
Martinez chops that one foul. You know, that is a very interesting theory and proposition. I have never thought of that.
I mean, me neither. And you think of professionally, I mean, in both softball and baseball, like catchers, with the exceptions, have been historically known as weaker hitters. But I mean, when she phrased it like that, that actually makes so much sense.
1-2 count and some weak contact. Giles, can she make the play to first? She will. Good connection between Bella Giles and Abby Whitehead to record the second out.
Yes, that was a beautiful play. We've seen before that Martinez is so fast, and Giles from the knees was able to get up. I mean, great dive to stop that ball, and then just from the knees to throw a strike over to first.
Now Summer Crawl, dangerous the last time up at bat. An RBI double.
29, Summer Crawl.
Grounded out her first time up. Slicing out of bounds. First strike. As we said, Summer Crawl leads the team in hits with 17, best batting average on the team. As she falls behind early, the count is no balls and 2 strikes. Oh, 2 count, Crawl. Outside for ball 1. Crawl making solid contact and fighting through. And for Shyla Dozeman, what is normally the strategy when you do have the count that's favoring you?
Oh yeah, that's an excellent question. When you have a count that's favoring you, that means that you can, I think, play around with the strike zone a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, she's been attacking hitters all day, so I mean, she's been obviously doing a great job, but I would say that means you can mix it up with speeds for sure. You might go with something slower. You might try and cheat a little bit off the corners, maybe a couple inches inside, a couple inches outside, seeing if people will swing or miss. But yeah, I would say overall it just gives you more of a freedom because you have some wiggle room in terms of missing the strike zone. You don't necessarily have to throw strikes all the time. But I mean, Dozeman is doing great.
Still a 1-2 count as Crawl battles with Dozeman. Perhaps the best hitter and the best pitcher on both respective squads. And they're going to say that one is fouled. I think it went off her cleats, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, fouled that off her foot. She's smiling, so she looks like she's okay, but that has to hurt. Yeah, she is wearing an ankle guard, so it might have hit the ankle guard, but maybe it did because she does not look like she's in pain, because if she is not wearing that ankle guard, that is probably going to be a pretty nasty bruise.
Making contact, Rockness easily tosses it to Abby Whitehead to end the inning. 4-4, evened up at Ruth Lee Field. Natalie McCagran will pinch hit for Soleil Weaver. Bottom of the 5th inning for the Thunder and the Warriors. Wednesday afternoon, windy one from Ruth Liddy Field, but otherwise some pretty good weather as it's around the high 50s, low 60s the last time I checked. Washer remains the pitcher for the Warriors. That one up into right field, and a nice diving catch was made by Juliana Aloy, had to go to her knees.
Yep, but great. It's been a great defensive game if you're a huge fan of defense like I am. Both teams really showing their defensive strengths, and really also great for Wheaton after having a pretty rough second inning. Or excuse me, sorry, a really rough third inning where they had some errors.
Harnett to bat for the Thunder, grounded out in her last 2 plate appearances. And we were talking at the break, the battle that was going on between Shyla Dozeman as well as Summer Crawl, the adjustment that Dozeman made to get her out.
Yeah, no, Dozeman definitely went with a slower off-speed pitch. I think probably closer to the outside corner, and it just shows how strong Kroll is as a hitter, because you could tell that she was geared up for a fastball, but was quick enough to realize it was slow and poke it and still make contact with it. It was not very strong contact, and that's why she was thrown out by Rockness, but really great battle for both of them.
2-1 count for Harnett. Takes it high for ball 3. These are 2 teams from a season ago looking to improve on what they did last year. Wheaton 18-22, 5-11 of the CCIW. They lost to Milliken in the CCIW tournament. Meanwhile, Wisconsin Lutheran 9-29, 4-20 out of the NAC. They had 13 straight losses to end the season. 3-1, solid contact into right center field. Harnett looks to advance to second base, and she will do that. First hit of the day for Harnett, and her 14th of the season. Now it's Kang to hit, as Coach Flagel is talking to the umpire. Interested to see if they are making a pitching change, and I think they will. That will be the end for Brianna Washer. Very solid outing for her. In fact, 2 1/3 inning pitch, gave up 2 hits, 2 walks, and 1 earned run. And it looks like Alyssa Dinauer will be the 3rd pitcher for the Warriors.
Now pitching for Wisconsin Lutheran, number 42, Alyssa Dinauer.
Warriors originally started off with Tegan Piven. She went 2 innings, had about 52 pitches, gave up 2 hits, no earned runs, and had 2 strikeouts herself. And then they went to Brianna Washer, as I just said. She went about 2 1/3 innings worth, gave up 2 hits and 1 earned run. And now the sophomore Alyssa Dinauer, who's appearing in her 5th game, she will be pitching for the Warriors. Due up. Meanwhile, for the Wheaton Thunder, Shyla Dozeman has been the starting pitcher and has remained in the circle ever since. Nori Kang hitting for Wheaton, walked her 2nd time up, as I just said, and then got to first base off an error. Harnett currently on second base with only 1 out. Kang, that one hits the pitcher, and it looks like Kang is going to be retired. Meanwhile, Harnett moves over to third base. Runner on third, 2 outs, and perhaps your best player on the team, Abby Whitehead, to bat.
Yes, that was a,
24, Abby Whitehead.
well, never mind. I'm excited for Whitehead. Sorry, I was gonna make a comment that, yeah.
Dinauer, a 3.71 ERA this season, did play against Benedictine the first time out and actually got the win. 2 innings pitched, only gave up 2 hits, had a strikeout and 1 earned run. That is it for Dinauer. She's played in 4 games: Shenandoah, Nebraska Wesleyan, St. Caroline, and Benedictine. This is her 5th appearance this season. As Whitehead, 2 balls and no strikes. Last season, slugged .650, which was 5th in the CCIW, had 7 home runs, which was tied for 2nd in the conference. That was again a season ago. 2-0 count, and Whitehead sees her first strike. Whitehead pops it up, out of play.
Yeah, I heard Coach Flegel tell Dinauer to throw that same pitch to Whitehead, and she did, and Whitehead was able to make contact, albeit it was foul.
Two count. Dinauer right outside for ball 3, and we're loaded up. Harnett currently at 3rd. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lifted into left field, it's going to be fouled. That was some pretty good hitting from Abby Whitehead. She can definitely crack it loose.
Oh yes, 100%. Yeah, if that was fair, that low key might have been a home run.
Currently has 4 home runs. Does Abby Whitehead, leading the CCIW. Again, just named CCIW Student Athlete of the Week amongst hitters. 3-2 count for Dinauer. As Whitehead will see the walk, so now runners on the corners and 2 outs.
Really, really nice at bat by Whitehead there. I mean, yeah, swinging at what was close, but letting by what wasn't. And now she's on first, and we've been talking about her today. Mia Reinhardt is up.
That's the 3rd walk for Wheaton. Warriors have only walked once on their offensive series. Definitely contrasts the Maranatha Baptist game, where Wheaton had to combine 37 walks against the Sabercats in 2 games.
Oh, there we go. Hang on.
Mia Reinhardt batting. An RBI single in the 3rd inning, struck out back in the 1st inning. Nearly to the dirt, 1-1 count. Reinhardt season ago only had 5 hits. She's doubled that already this season, 10 of 24 entering this afternoon. Dinauer sees it go low. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Whitehead able to get onto first base via a walk. Reinhardt swings and misses. Strike 2, and now the count's 2-2.
Dinauer has been working around the low outside strike zone, getting some calls, not getting some calls. And Reinhardt just swung over one. So I would not be surprised if she goes back to that same spot.
That one, a bit of an infield pop-up, and the catch is going to be made by Peyton Crutcher. 4 all. What a great game this has been between these two squads. We head into the top of the 6th on the CCIW network. The first run of the game came from the Warriors as they benefited off a fielding error from Wheaton. That was back in the top of the 1st, and then the next 3 runs came from Livy Figueroa's 3-run homer back in the bottom of the 1st. And a couple more runs there and there, and we're tied up at 4-all. In fact, since the 3rd inning, basically great defensive battle, as you said.
Yes, sorry, yeah. It's been a fun game.
Last run from either team came from Mia Reinhardt. It's an RBI single, which allowed Nori Kang to score.
I think something that both pitchers have done really well is when they have gotten in trouble, they have just kept their confidence and just kept throwing the ball, forcing the other team to hit.
1-1 count, Gadsden, that one's flied out and caught by Kennedy Kemp to retire the first batter. Both teams with 4 hits, both teams with 4 runs. Wheaton does have 2 errors compared to the Warriors, who only has 1. Racky, another pop-up. And the catch cannot be made. I think that approach nearly the Wheaton dugout. I couldn't see from my view.
Yeah, Whitehead, I think, ran out of room over there.
Warriors squad that is used to making comebacks, although this game is tied. They were down 4-0 the first time they played the Eagles of Benedictine, then headed into the 6th. They got a couple big plays from players. That one lifted into left field, and it will fall. Brackey is going to stay over at first base, but now the go-ahead run is currently on the field.
Yeah, a bit of a soft line drive, really hard play for Hartnett and Weaver to, yeah, both try and go for it. Weaver couldn't quite get there because she's playing, I think, relatively deep. And then Hartnett would have been an amazing catch if she made it, trying to catch it over her shoulder with the sun in her eyes.
Crutcher fouls that one near the camera. Did the viewers catch that or not? Crutcher over 2 this afternoon, both being flyouts. And we were talking about this, I forgot which inning it was, but the fact that Wheaton's relying on young players to lead this team. The Warriors, you can say the same thing about them. In fact, 21 out of their 25 players are underclassmen.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is a very young team.
Roger doesn't see it to go, and the play over to second base, and she's out!
Beautiful throw by Hillier. Oh my goodness. Yeah, runner took off. Beautiful throw. That is just where you want to put it. Easy for Hartnett to grab it and just drop the tag.
Rocky gambling, but doesn't pay off. The count is 2-1.
Wheaton's defense showing up again, and as a former catcher myself, I am happy and so proud of Hillier for that one.
2-2 count. Dozeman has a chance to get out of this inning. Still tied at 4. Crutcher, though, still looking to get on base and pick up her first hit of game 1. Two count. Outside, loaded up at 3-2.
Tried a bit of off speed there, just didn't quite find the strike zone.
Payoff pitch. Up into center field. Kennedy Kemp. Her defensive presence continues to be felt. Retires the final batter of the top of the 6th. Scoreless since the 3rd inning. Dinauer is still out there for the Warriors. It'll be Madeline Hillier who flew out back in the 3rd inning herself. But going back to sort of the youth movement the Warriors have, the fact that 21 out of their 25 players are freshmen. Coach Flago talked about how that brings so much energy to the team. Seems like they're rejuvenated, they want to learn. And he talked about how the team dynamic at Wisconsin Lutheran is very high. The most he's seen in his 24 seasons at the Warriors.
I mean, that's high praise right there. But yeah, no, they look like they're a fun-loving team. They've been pretty vocal all game, and yeah, I don't know. I think when you're young and you're excited, it's always fun.
1-1 count makes it 1-2 for Madeline Hilliard. 2 for 4 and an RBI against Eureka for Hilliard, and then against Blackburn, the second time she played the Beavers, 2 for 4 and 2 RBIs. Dinauer, low and away for ball 2.
Yeah, real quick, back to that youth movement, or the youth movement conversation, I should say. I think it's also just when you kind of have people your age that are thinking the same way as you, like a freshman and a senior are going to just have so much different outlooks on college and the future and all that stuff.
That one popped up, and it looks like the catch was made by Peyton Crutcher. But going back to what you were saying.
Sorry, going back to what I was saying. I think, yeah, it's just fun. I mean, looking at them, we're so many freshmen and sophomores. I mean, these people are coming into college potentially together in the same year and experiencing similar things at the same time, which would definitely add to team culture.
Now it's Bella Giles hitting 0 for 2 this afternoon. Flew out in the 1st inning and then grounded out in the 4th. Warriors using their 3rd pitcher of the afternoon. They relied on Tegan Piven to start. She went 2 innings, and then they went with Brianna Washer, who went about 2 1/3 innings, and now they've been relying on Alyssa Dinauer. Bit of contrasting strategy because Wheaton has remained with Shyla Dozeman. I think for Coach Fasari, if she feels confident with Dozeman, she'll keep pitching.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like we have not talked enough about Dozeman on the broadcast today. She's just been doing such a good job attacking hitters. keeping them off balance and trusting her defense. And as we mentioned numerous times, Kennedy Kemp is one of those players who have shown up for defense on Wheaton's side.
For Shyla Dozeman, 6 innings pitched, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run. And she has 2 Ks to go along with her name. It's a 1-2 count for Bella Giles. This is game 1 of our doubleheader. So already exhilarating stuff in the books between these two squads, looking to pick up a much-needed non-conference win.
I think she barely got a piece of that.
Yeah, it looked like, I thought she struck out.
Yeah, I did too. But I think that ball deadening and bouncing forward meant that she barely made contact with that. But really nice pitch by Denauer to change speeds on her.
Still 1-2 count with 1 out. Giles, that's going to get out of play, or will it? We will redo this all over again. Bella Giles still at bat for Wheaton.
Choking up here just to get a little bit extra bat speed.
Kennedy Kemp is due next for Wheaton. Giles, swing and a miss. Dinhauer with a much-needed strikeout.
Yeah, went upstairs with the fastball. That's pretty solid stuff.
And now Kennedy Kemp will hit for the Thunder.
Number 11, Kennedy Kemp.
She's 0 for 2 herself with 2 flyouts, hitting in both the 2nd and the 4th inning. Kemp, infield pop-up. Gadsden coming under it, and she will make the catch to retire Kemp. It's crunch time as we head into the top of the 7th from Ruth Liddy Field. Top of the 7th on the CCIW network. Shyla Dozeman stays in the ballgame for the Wheaton Thunder. First hit is into left field for Redeman, and it's a leadoff single. Runner in scoring position, and the Warriors looking to take the lead. Now Molly Kelly struck out back in the 2nd inning. So far batting .200. Showing bunt and misses it completely as that pitch goes outside.
Third base coach is a little frustrated that Redmond did not take 2nd on that wild pitch. Which I kind of understand. She definitely had time, but a good thing for Wheaton.
Kelly showing bunts, and she misses again. Redeman choosing not to risk it for the biscuit. And I am eating a biscuit.
What type of biscuits are you eating?
This is the famous malted milk biscuits from Tesco.
Okay, I've never been to Tesco's.
0-2 count for Kelly. Yet again outside, that's the first ball. Do you think Kelly will try to bunt here again, or do you think she's just going to swing for it?
She's going to swing for it because if you bunt it foul for a third strike, you are out.
1-2 count. Contact near the bullpen, and the dugout will redo this one all over. Volley, swing and a miss. Kelly will strike out as Dozman picks up the first out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That's also her third strikeout of the ball game.
Now batting number 4, Madison Heller.
It's now Heller to bat. Grounded out back in the 3rd inning. She's showing bunt herself. She'll try it. She'll miss it. And Redeman stays put at first.
Some fun action by Hellers. Faking bunt, then pulling it back and putting it on. Just trying to mix it up. We'll see if she does it again.
0-1 count. Dozman, another bunt attempt, and now Redeman will try to steal second. Is she safe? She is not. Madeline Hillier with a rope of a throw has been absolutely clutch defensively for Wheaton.
Yes, she is fired up. Once again, a beautiful throw. Yeah, just great all-around defense from Hillier today.
So now 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Swing and a miss for Heller at strike 2 and 1-2 count. One-two count. Maddie Heller pops that one up into right field. Kang coming down, and she'll make the catch. Wheaton with a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the 7th inning here on the CCIW Network. Kate Welch will be batting first for the Wheaton Thunder. She's pinch hitting for Shyla Dozman.
Pinch hitting for Wheaton, number 28, Kate Welch.
1 for 2 and a double against Greenville for Kate Welch. Against Maranatha Baptist, an RBI, 2 walks, and 2 hit by pitches. So far, Din Hour, 1 2/3 innings pitched, and 1 walk. She's been absolutely solid for the Warriors. Welch, that stays outside, low and away for ball 2. Two-0 count, and there's some contact right there. And the throw over to first base is in time. Good play by Brackey, swing it over to Gadsden to retire the first batter.
Yeah, I think Welch was a little bit ahead on that ball. She had waited just a hair later, might have made a little bit more contact, solid contact.
Now Soleil Weaver for Wheaton. Caught looking for strike 3 back in the second inning. Currently hitting .250 on the season is Weaver. For Soleil Weaver, looking also for her first career home run.
No better time than now.
Sophomore has driven in 15 RBIs in her career, playing in her 51st game. As, if I'm not mistaken, she was trying to show bunt.
Mm-hmm.
Dinauer, another bunt attempt by Weaver. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Outside and just barely getting in the strike zone. It's 2-2. Thunder have won 6 consecutive games, swept their last 3 opponents, looking to keep their winning streak alive. Warriors looking to knock off Wheaton in a non-conference clash after they split against Benedictine. Weaver fouled.
Yeah, Dinauer still working on the lower half of the strike zone, lower, I guess, third, I would say, with the more on the outside. Martinez has been trying to frame a couple pitches, just haven't gotten called that way. But yeah, definitely not trying to get anything too high. But she did strike out Giles last inning with a high fastball. So I wouldn't be surprised if she tries that on Weaver, or just kind of stays around. That's why it's so hard to be a hitter, because the pitchers know what they're going to do, and typically you don't always know what they're going to do.
Hornet due up next. Weaver will stay outside. 3-2 for Soleil Weaver. Full count here with only 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. A walk-off does it. Payoff pitch. Weaver, swing and a miss. And the throw over to first base is made. Martinez and Gadsden connecting for out number 2.
Yeah, nice pitch by Dinauer to have Weaver fooled. That pitch was low and in the dirt. Weaver was out ahead of it anyways.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 5, Ava Hartnett.
Here's Hartnett. She doubled back in the 5th inning. She's 1 for 3. Hitting .406 this season, is the leadoff hitter for the Thunder. She too could also hit a homer. It'd be her first of her career, and would walk it off for the Thunder. 7 RBIs this season. 0-1 count. That one sliced up into right field, and it's going to be a single for Ava Hartnett. And now the pressure falls on Nori Kang.
Yeah, just beautiful piece of hitting. Went with the pitch on that one and was able to slice it to the left and just land right over first, or in between the field where the first baseman and the right fielder were in line. Yeah, beautiful piece of hitting there.
The winning run is currently at first base. Kang got onto first base in the first inning off an error from Rebecca Redeman, and then walked in the 3rd inning, grounded out in the 5th inning. Dinauer operating with an 0-1 count. That one is going to get split the gap between left and center. Back-to-back singles recorded by Wheaton. And now Abby Whitehead. She was in this position not too long ago against Blackburn back in Game 2.
Yeah, this is going to be epic. Whatever happens for Illinois Wesleyan, if they get her out, that will be huge to push the game into extra innings. But if Whitehead makes contact with that ball, we might be seeing the end of this game.
Whitehead has drawn back-to-back walks in the 3rd and the 5th inning. Again, leads the team in home runs and RBIs. Hitting .424 this season, slugging .7084. And it looks like a mound visit will be conducted. What do you think both teams are talking about in such a critical situation?
Yeah, I think Illinois, oh my goodness, not Illinois Wesleyan, I'm so sorry, Wisconsin Lutheran. I think they are looking about how they want to attack Whitehead. Yeah, definitely trying to figure her out and just trying to probably keep the ball away from the strike zone would be my guess. I'm not entirely sure though, because yeah, Whitehead's just such a good hitter. And I think if you're Whitehead, you are looking to be patient, I think.
Again, 2 outs, but 2 runners on base. That'll be Nori Kang at first and Ava Harnett currently at second. Abby Whitehead, the 3rd batter up of this lineup, is currently at the plate. Walked it off against Blackburn back in Game 2 on Saturday. There's a wild pitch. Runners will advance. Harnett currently at 3rd, Kang at 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly made Whitehead's job a little bit easier.
One count for Dinauer. Whitehead will not swing. Wise decision by her. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Whitehead makes contact, fouls it off though, 2-2. Warriors looking to force extra innings. Dinauer, a 3.71 ERA this season. Whitehead, swing and a miss. The play still has to be made over to first base, and it is. And so we do indeed have extra innings here in Game 1 on the CCIW network. Went to the afternoon of baseball, and we've been treated to a really good contest between the Wheaton Thunder and the Warriors. 4-4, we are headed into extras, the top of the day, and you got to think, given how the Warriors have their number 1, 2, and 3 hitters up, they're at a slight advantage compared to Wheaton, who's going to have their 4th, 5th, and 6th batters up.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
So it'll be Juliana Alloy still looking for her first hit. She has mostly flew out, then grounded out in the 2nd.
Historically, your number 4 hitter has typically been your best hitter. So for Wheaton, that will be Mia Reinhardt coming up after this.
Good solid contact. Play made by Gracie Rockness. Throws it over to Abby Whitehead to retire the leadoff batter. Now Maritza Martinez singled and walked.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 12, Maritza Martinez.
And then was thrown out on that really nice play by Bella Giles.
Dozman continuing to pitch for Wheaton. She's approaching nearly 100 pitches. It's getting up 6 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 1 earned run. Popped up and foul. The last run from both teams came in the 3rd inning. Other than that, shutout pitching and defense by both squads. Curls inside, it's going to be strike number 2.
Yeah, speaking of defense, I'm curious that if Wisconsin Lutheran gets a runner on, I wonder if they're going to send her, because Madison Hillier has thrown out the last 2 runners she's seen, and I wonder if that would deter them just a little bit.
1-2 count. That one is going to be caught with ease by Bella Giles. Was literally whipped right to her for out number 2.
Good reflexes from the woman at the hot corner.
Now it's Summer Crawl. An RBI double in her second at bat. She has grounded out twice, both in the 1st and the 5th inning.
Yeah, Dozman started her with some off speed. That'll be interesting. We saw in the 6th inning, no, excuse me, in the 5th inning, they had a really, really strong battle. With, yeah, both of them just making really minute adjustments. A lot of foul balls. I think if there's another battle here, this might be the key to the game here.
Crawl lifts that one up into left field, but Soleil Weaver comes under it. As the Thunder will have the opportunity yet again to win it with a walk-off. Deadlocked at 4, headed into the bottom of the 8th. New pitcher on for the Warriors, Emily Brands. And you noted this, the only senior on this team.
Yeah, it'll be, yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having issues with our sound system. I keep hitting the reverb button. But yes, obviously someone with a lot of experience on this team, and it makes sense why she's coming in at such a pivotal moment.
She's played in 72 games. She started in 31, 5-19 win-loss record. So far this season, 0-2. One of those losses came against Shenandoah. Played in 3 innings. He gave 5 hits, 4 walks, only had 3 strikeouts and 5 earned runs in that contest. An ERA this season of 8.03. 2-1 count. Reinhardt over to Breaky, and the first play is made and the out.
Coming for week number 8, Madeline Hilliard.
Now Madeline Hilliard for the Thunder. It's mostly flown out. 0 for 2 in this ball game. 2 hits against Blackburn. The second time she played the Beavers. For 5 hits on the season as well, hitting .250. After Hilliard, it's going to be another freshman, Bella Giles, who will get an opportunity to hit. Crutcher. Oh, she throws it over. Gatson was not expecting that to be too high for her, and that will put a runner on.
Yep, and that's why you always have to hustle up the line, even if the play does look somewhat routine, because you never know what can happen.
That is going to be an E4 on Crutcher. Bella Giles hitting for the Thunder. Struck out her last time up back in the bottom of the 6th inning. The treacherous wind continuing to pick up from Ruth Leedy Field. A runner on first base and Hilliard. Play over to first. And I think they're going to say Hilliard is safe, and she is, as Martinez and Gatson were checking on her.
They almost did get her, I think, but she was just able to sneak that hand in.
One count. Giles senses it down low. The count is 2-1. Giles, 9 hits on 25 at-bat appearances this season, 6 RBIs, hitting .360, looking for a first career home run. That one near the knees. Hitters count at 3-1 for Giles. Kennedy Kemp is due up if she gets an opportunity. Contact, and that one gets right by Kelly into center field. Crucial hit made by Bella Giles. And now Kennedy Kemp will rise up to the occasion. Kemp looking for her first hit of the ball game. She's 0 for 3. All of them being mostly flyouts. Brands again, the pitcher for Wisconsin Lutheran. Looking to close it out for the Warriors and force another inning of play where we would enter the 9th. Brands, they were showing bunt in the form of Kennedy Kemp. 2 balls and 1 strike. Actually, the score bug just got corrected. 2 balls, no strikes. Down and away, that should be ball 3.
I don't think Kemp gets the green light, meaning she will be swinging at this pitch. I think she's going to take it.
Brands There's a called strike. Count is 3-1. One count. Kemp thought she was going to walk. She has to sweat this one out. We're full up at 3-2.
Yeah, caught the edge of the zone. I mean, the umpire immediately called that a strike.
2-1 with one out. Hilliard at second. Giles at first. Kemp swings that one into right field, and it is caught. Oh my goodness. Aloy with an amazing diving reception for out number 2.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, both teams obviously making great defensive efforts, but it just feels like the ball is hanging just a little bit. I think it is because of this wind, because we have seen amazing catches from everywhere in the field now, from right just now, earlier in left field by Heller, and then obviously center field, Kennedy Kemp herself making 2 excellent catches. So yeah, defense is defense is the name of the game right now.
Julianne Aloy, with her defensive presence, keeps the inning going. With now the second out recorded. Shyla Dozeman flying out, her last 2 at-bat appearances in the second and the fourth. They did put a pinch hitter for her one of the other innings. 1-1 count for Dozeman. Looking for her first hit as well of the season. She's 0 for 7 entering this afternoon. Dozeman, that one lifted into center field. A base hit, and they will keep the runners. So now the bases are loaded and 2 outs.
Yeah, really smart decision by Coach Fazzari there to not send Hillier. Excellent throw from the center fielder. You know, I was just thinking, never, like, always a good time to get a hit, but that was a perfect time to get your first hit of the season, to load the bases up. Bottom of the 8th, an extra innings with 2 outs. This is like the stuff you dream of.
So now the bases are loaded. Wheaton is going to put on a pinch hitter. Amaya Daniels will be hitting instead of Soleil Weaver. Daniels playing her 6th game, another freshman from Cedars Park, Texas. Had a hit against Blackburn, had a hit against Maranatha Baptist as well. Brought in 2 RBRs as well. First pitch, and it's going to be called strike. Hillier currently at third base, Giles at second, Dozeman at first. That was the first hit of the season for Shyla Dozeman, coming in at a much needed time. 4 all, bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, we've got a decent crowd out here. A couple people have come and went, but I just saw some people pull up, and they are also stopping to see what happens. As that ball's hit through the right side of the field. Wheaton's gonna win.
That is Amaya Daniels, a walk-off RBI single for her. And the Thunder with yet another dramatic win here at Ruth Leedy Field.
Oh my goodness, yes. Just erupted here at Ruth Leedy. What a swing by the freshman. First walk-off hit. I mean, yeah.
Shyla Dozeman will end up as the winning pitcher, but 9 hits for Wheaton, excuse me. Wisconsin Lutheran with 6. The Thunder win at 5-4. Game 2 is supposed to start at 4 o'clock. Currently it is 4:11, so I'm assuming in about 25 to 30 minutes, come back for the start of Game 2 here on the CCIW Network. Welcome back to Ruth Lee Field, the start of Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Wheaton Thunder and the Wisconsin Lutheran Warriors. The Thunder took the first game 5-4 off yet another walk-off. Stephanie, your thoughts on Game 1?
Yeah, that game was all about defense. We talked about it multiple times during the broadcast. But Wheaton and Wisconsin Lutheran both committing 2 errors, but Wisconsin Lutheran committing an error in that the bottom of the 8th, allowing Madeline Hillier to eventually make it all the way around the diamond to score. It was a good game.
They officially credited the RBI single to Maya Daniels. It'll be Dylan Watson getting the start for the Wheaton Thunder. She's in the circle. Summer Crawl leading off for the Warriors as the Thunder looking for the sweep. And for Wheaton, looking back at their last couple of games, they have swept 3 opponents. With this last win in Game 1, they've now won 7 consecutive games. They have a chance to make that 8 and sweep 4 opponents in the process.
Yeah, that's just incredible. I'd have to go look at what their record is for most wins in a row.
Summer Crawl, Game 1, 1 of 4, an RBI and a double. Dylan Watson, as I said, just getting the start. She was credited for the win against Blackburn in Game 1. As that's already a 3-0 count for Crawl. For Watson against Blackburn, 3 innings pitched, 3 strikeouts. Gave up only 2 earned runs and a walk in that Game 1 when she started in Game 2, but it was Shyla Dozeman who was credited for the win. She came in despite Dozeman starting Game 1 against Blackburn, as Crawl takes ball 4 and will walk over to first base.
Yeah, in the first game, Dozeman did an excellent job of only allowing, I believe, 1 walk, maybe 2. No, I only see 1 walk on my scorecard. So yeah, amazing job keeping runners off the base paths, even with a couple of errors by Wheaton's players.
Rebecca Redeman swung and missed as Crawl will advance to second base off the wild pitch.
Yeah, I would expect this game, just like the first, to be high defensive intensity.
It looked like offense in Game 1 was going to rule the day, but both teams couldn't score after the 3rd inning until that RBI single by Amaya Daniels. That one hit right into center field. A chance to bring 1 run home, but the Warriors will hold. So now runners in the corners, Crawl on 3rd, Rederman on first base, and nobody out.
Wisconsin Lutheran looking to flip the script. Oh my goodness, excuse me guys. Wheaton came out scoring 3 runs in that first inning in the bottom of the first. Last game, Wisconsin Lutheran is looking to do the same, get out to that fast start and seeing what happens next.
Kylie Gadsden up to hit for the Warriors, 0 for 3 back in Game 1. Last year in 38 games, had 38 hits, 24 RBIs, both leading the Warriors. Slugged .461 a season ago. Watson, that one is down at the knees, ball 2.
Popped up into the stands. No one wanted to take an attempt at that, which is fair. No one's got a glove over there. Bounced harmlessly. Yeah, I think everyone's fine over there.
Gadsden 1 for 3 against Benedictine back in Game 2. 1 for 2 and a walk in Game 1 against the Eagles. That's going to be another foul ball, 2-2 count.
if a foul ball came our way, which to be fair, from where we're sitting, it would be a little hard to make it, would you try and go for it, or would you just kind of grab your computer and make a run for it?
No, I would actually try to catch it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the person to our right would be able to catch it, though, as that one is up into right field. That will bring 1 run home. Gatson is trying to go for second base. Here comes another run, and Redeman. It's going to be a 2 RBI double. Warriors take the first 2 runs. And credit from Kylie Gatson.
Yeah, solid hit up the right side of the field, and I don't think Abby Whitehead quite got her glove on the ground all the way because that ball rolled underneath her legs all the way to the right field fence. Might be credited with an error there.
Swing and miss on the first offering. Strike 1. Daylana Morgessi to bat, 0 for 1 back in game 1. Watson, a bit of a hole for her. And how 2 runners were able to score, and there are still no recorded outs. Gatson at second base. That one's chopped over to Harnett, and she'll make the play over to first. Meanwhile, Gatson will steal for third and will be successful at it.
Yeah, smart play, holster by Welch. In the first game, Abby Whitehead playing first, sailed a throw to Bella Giles, and unfortunately that caused a run to be come home. So I think that was an excellent choice.
Here's Hannah Stellmacher. Didn't play in game 1, appearing in her 5th game, the freshman out of Fairwater, Wisconsin. Previously, Stellmacher played against Beloit, Emerson, St. Caroline, and Benedictine. Runner on third with 1 out. Swing and miss for Stellmacher at strike 1. Seems like for Wheaton, other than Shyla Dozeman, they have a 1-2 punch at the pitching position. Dylan Watson should not be underestimated for this Wheaton squad.
Yes, definitely.
She's called another strike, so it's now 0-2. Watson, swing and a miss. And Stellmacher strikes out.
Yeah, Watson started off the year a tiny bit rough, giving up 10 runs in her first 2 starts, but since has settled down. Well, she did give up 5 against Blackburn. But regardless, she's settling down, and you're right, she's definitely adding to the Wheaton pitching staff.
So 2 outs here in the top of the first. Natalie Jordan's batting, the sophomore of Cincinnati, Ohio, playing in her 12th game, starting in her 2nd, did not play in game 1 against Wheaton. Last year played in 30 games, started in 4-2 of 16, slugged 188. 1-0 count, that's foul, it's 1-1. And for both of these squads, what's the mindset going into game 2, given that you just played a game nearly, 25, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah, I think you are just trying, if you're Wheaton, you're trying to continue that momentum, just hit a walk-off, your second walk-off in this homestand. So you're trying to continue that momentum. If you're Illinois Wesleyan, I think you just play the same way you did Oh, nice
That one
try.
will get into center field. It's going to be an RBI single for Natalie Jordan as the Warriors have the first 3 runs of this ball game.
Yeah, Kang unfortunately unable to quite get there. I mean, excellent dive, but not quite. But yes, if you're Illinois Wesleyan, I mean, you're starting off this game strong. I think really what truly sunk them in that last one was that error.
Now Maddie Caprillion is batting. Attempt steal by Jordan. She is safe over at second base. That is her 3rd stolen base of the season.
Yeah, the throw by Hillier actually was decently timed. It was just a little high, meaning Hartnett had to bring the glove all the way down. Jordan snuck in there. I mean, Jordan did, yes, get a pretty good jump, but that throw was pretty good by Hillier. If she brought it down just a couple inches, might have made the play a little closer.
Swing and a miss for strike 1 before this game. Wisconsin Lutheran was not too far in Lisle, Illinois taking on Benedictine. They got the split. That was their first conference action as they took care of game 1 6-4 despite trailing that game 4-0, and then in game 2 they were blown out 10-1. Another wild pitch, and Jordan will cross safely to third base. Two and one count, 2 outs. Jordan on third base. Caprillion won't swing at that. Clearly at the dirt. A hitter's count at 3-1.
Nice block by Hillier. That definitely saved a run there.
Caprillion, soft contact right over to Giles, over to first base, and the play is made to retire the final batter of the inning. Warriors put up the first 3 runs here in the top of the first, and they lead 3-0 in game 2. It's game 2 of our doubleheader. We are in the bottom of the first inning. The Warriors getting the first 3 runs of this ball game. It will be Rihanna Washer to begin things off. She pitched back in game 1, 2.1 innings pitched, 2 hits, an earned run, and 2 walks.
Leading on to bat on the first for week number 5, Ava Hartnett.
Here's Hartnett to lead things off, 2 for 4 and a double back in game 1. She's hitting .406 entering this afternoon. First pitch, called strike. Hartnett, a two-sport athlete here at Wheaton, playing both softball as well as women's golf. Joining a couple of other two-sport athletes here at Wheaton, Kennedy Kemp being another person who plays volleyball and softball. 0-2 count though. Hartnett right back to the pitcher, and that's going to be probably a base hit, maybe an error. It's going to be interesting to see how they rule this. But that one hit Washer's hand. She juggles it around, couldn't make the play.
Yeah, I'm really curious what they would score that, just because it was like such a fast, it came so fast off the bat. Like that was a instinctive, like protect my body there. But I could see it going either way. And Wheaton has had some really good moments, this starting off with Hartnett now, and then last game where they just kind of ran, legged out some hits or runs that shouldn't have been anywhere close.
So Kang bunts, she's out, but Hartnett gets over to second base. If you're wondering, that last play was ruled a single, so not an error. So one out now here in the bottom of the first. We'll bring on Abby Whitehead.
Now batting for the Thunder, Abby Whitehead.
Abby Whitehead hitting for the Thunder, 1 for 2 and 2 walks back in game 1. That one, takes a bit of a bounce. And that's going to be a base hit for the Thunder. Second one already of the inning.
Yeah, Whitehead just seeing the ball so well right now. In between these games, I looked it up, and right now, like if the season ended today, she would be in the top 5 in single season records for slugging percentage and in the top 10 for on-base percentage for Wheaton.
That's crazy given how Nahorniak a season ago had a on-base percentage of .510, batting average nearly .450. Pretty sure her slugging was also pretty good, as Mia Reinhardt is hitting 1 for 4 and an RBI last time out. And it looks like Abby Whitehead's going to try to steal second, and she will. Very surprised. Washer did not even see what was going on. She basically let Whitehead cross to second base without any problems. So now runners on second and third, only 1 out, which was from a bunt from Kang. Called strike, and falling behind early is Reinhardt. The count is no balls and 2 strikes.
I didn't actually quite see that throw. I was still looking down on my scorebook here, but
0-2, that one right up the middle into center field. Here comes 1 run, and Hartnett, another one trying to score is Whitehead, and the Thunder add 2. It's an RBI single, 2 RBI single, as the Thunder only down by 1.
Washer throwing some off speed, and Reinhardt was able to stick with it and poke it towards the right of the bag on second. Really nice hitting there.
Madeline Hilliard to bat 0 for 3 in game 1. Playing in her 12th game. She's currently hitting .250 this season. In there, strike 1. The count is 1-1. Kind of like game 1 in the sense that both teams were able to score offensively in the first couple of innings. You wonder if the defense at some point is going to wake up like they did in game 1. We had some excellent pitching and defense occurring from both squads. It's now 2-1.
Yeah, I'll be interested, especially your point about defense, because Wisconsin Lutheran has made a couple more changes into their defense than Wheaton has.
Doesn't touch the strike zone. Count is 3-1. Bella Giles is due up for Wheaton if she gets an opportunity. Runner on first. Mia Reinhardt is there. 3-1 count. Hilliard lifted up into right field, and the catch is going to be made by Natalie Jordan. Out number 2 recorded, Bella Giles will hit.
Now batting for Wheaton number 3, Bella Giles.
Giles 1 for 4 in game 1 herself. She is currently hitting .360 on the season. Had a hit against Maranatha Baptist the second time she played the SaberCats. 2 walks, a hit by pitch, and also stole a base. 2 for 4 against Blackburn in game 2 against the Beavers. 0-1 pitch, down and away. That's ball 1. Warriors team that's trying to get at least the split against Wheaton. They split against Benedictine the last time out. Down over in Lyle. Outside the strike zone. 2 balls and a strike. Warriors last season, an ERA about 5.77, second to last out of the NAC. Washer touches the dirt, 3-1. Ken Washer played in 9 games, started in 1. 0-1 a season ago in terms of wins and losses, a 9.45 ERA. It's been lowered down to 3.6 this season. As Washer playing in her 23rd game in her career, the sophomore of South Elgin, Illinois. 3-1 count with Reinhardt on first. Chopped up into right field, and that's going to be a base hit. Chance for Reinhardt to get maybe something. Instead, she will stop over at third base. Runners at the corners and 2 outs. Kate Welch hitting for Wheaton, 0 for 1 in game 1 against the Warriors. The sophomore out of North Branch, Michigan, former transfer from West Virginia Wesleyan. Hitting 200 on the season is Welch. Decides not to go for it and is called strike. Welch a season ago, 36 games played, started in 28, slugged .500 a season ago and hit 4 homers. Washer on the 0-1 count. Play over to first base, and Giles is safe.
That was a nice throw by Hannah Stallnacher back in the plate, or sorry, excuse me, behind the dish, keeping the runners honest.
Off the 0-2 count, Washer down and away for the first ball. Infield pop-up, and Wheeler makes the easy catch, retires the final batter. 3-2 headed in the top of the second. You're in game 2 on the CCIW network.
Wisconsin Lutheran number 27, Addison Wheeler.
Here's Addison Wheeler to bat. She just retired Kate Welch. In the previous inning, 3-2, Warriors have the lead. Currently in this game, 7-8 overall, 1-1 on the NAC. The Thunder 10-5. They've yet to play a CCIW contest. First pitch in there, and it's going to be a ball. For Wheeler, she's playing her 8th game of the season, looking for her first hit as well. She walked against Beloit. Watson inside for strike one. A Warriors team that's averaging close to 4 runs per game. They have a total of 92 hits entering this afternoon. They're going to say it's going to be in the field of play and an easy play over to first base. Great throw there by Hilliard and a catch by Welch.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Just kind of tapped at the plate by Wheeler and the ball spun around. And good, smart decision by Hilliard to read that and figure, hey, it's not looking like it's going to go out. I might as well just grab it and throw it in time for the out.
Heller's up to bat 0 for 2 against the Thunder back in game 1. The junior out of South Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Heller showing bunt. Someone who in high school was on the women's tennis team, also the cheer team. Last year played in 37 games, started in 36, hit .299 a season ago, slugging .318. As Heller currently at a 1-1 count.
Did you just say that she did tennis and softball?
I said tennis and cheer, and I'm
And cheer.
assuming softball
Okay,
as well.
well, because I thought, well, the women's tennis season is right now, right? Or maybe in high school it's the opposite.
Well, I also play tennis as well. It's if it's what I think it is, I'm not sure how Wisconsin works, but the way that Texas tennis works is that it's year-round.
Oh, okay.
The fall being more teams-oriented,
Gotcha,
while
okay.
the spring being more individual-oriented, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yes. In California, I think it was the females in, like the girls in the fall and the boys in the spring, something like that. So that's much how it worked. I'm just amazed at all of these people who are multi-sport athletes. It's crazy.
1-2 count, swing and miss right there by Heller. She strikes out in her first at-bat appearance.
Now batting for Wisconsin Lutheran, number 29, Summer Kroll.
Her Summer Kroll walked her first time at bat. Interesting, the adjustment that Coach Flagel's making, the fact that Kroll is the one leading off for the Warriors. I believe back in game 1, Kroll was either the 3rd person or the 4th person who was batting. You signal 3rd. Why do you think Kroll's now batting first?
I mean, she's just such a good hitter. I think any of the top 3 spots you put her at, she'd be good.
Watson easily makes the throw to Welch, as that'll bring out number 3, producing a shutout in inning number 2. It's 3-2 though. Warriors have the lead. Head into the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second from Ruth Liddy Field, game 2 of our doubleheader. If you missed game one, it was a pretty good game. Wheaton won it 5-4 off an Amaya Daniels walk-off single. Kemp 0 for 4 back in game one against Wisconsin Lutheran, hitting .333 on the season entering this afternoon. 10 walks for her, which also leads the team the best on-base percentage at .567, also good enough to be 5th in the CCIW. Second pitch, near the dirt for ball number 2. Called strike right there. Last year, Wheaton averaged close to 5.6 runs per game. 5th in the CCIW, 286 hits a season ago, 18 homers, which was 2nd in the CCIW. And then mostly was average in terms of batting average, on base percentage, and slugging. In fact, 5th in all those categories. 2-1 count. Washer. Called strike. Evened up at 2-all.
That last game was just the second time Kemp hasn't reached base this whole season in a game.
2-2. Kemp. Soft contact. And they're say it's a foul ball. Natalie McCagran is due up. Two pitch, and that's gonna be popped up. A Wheaton team, other than losing Olivia Nohorniak, also lost Paige Andrews, who's currently the first base coach, Abby Brown, who is down in Laterno, Texas, on the softball team, helping out coaching there, and also Isabel Hilliard, as that is chopped, and is it caught? I think might be a bit of a shakeup right there. Kylie Gatson was going for it. It looks like she's okay though. Couldn't tell from our angle because we're slightly blocked off with the dugout and the fence in the way.
Yeah, her teammates though, sharing some laughs and cheering her on, so she looks to be okay. I see a smile on her face.
2-2 count. Washer again getting the start. She played a bit in game one, did relatively well. Light her up into left field, and it's going to be caught with ease by Madison Heller to retire the first batter.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 20, Natalie McCagran.
McCagran 0 for 1 in game one, freshman out of Frisco, Texas. A Wakeland High School product. Gets ball one. Recorded hits in both game one and game two against Maranatha Baptist. Playing in her 6th game this season. Previously played against Franciscan, Eureka, both Maranatha Baptist games, and now both Wisconsin Lutheran games. Found that one off her bat. The count is 1-1. And Stephanie, since you did play softball, is there anything that you miss about playing?
Oh, that is a great question. Give me a second to think about that one.
1-1 count with 1 out. Not swinging at that one. That's the second ball.
I think I just miss playing, truly. I'll admit that it was probably my most natural sport out of the few that I've tried. So I think just having a love for sport, honestly, quite frankly, a bit of an obsession with baseball and softball. So I think having just such a love for sport and being relatively decent at it, I miss catching, I miss playing shortstop. Playing defense, yeah. The mindset, I think that's one of the big things.
What other sports did you play?
I also played soccer growing up, and then when I went to high school, I ran cross country and track, and then here I played on the ultimate frisbee team.
Nice. Line drive single right there. Base hit for McCagran. As Heba Harnett is due up. She'll cycle back to the top of the lineup. Recorded a single herself back in the first inning.
You played tennis, right, Aiden? Anything else?
Just tennis mostly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my favorite sport is basketball. It's not because this guy's over here. But there's no way I would be able to play basketball.
What?
I'm just not physically tall enough to play.
Okay.
Although the AD of Wheaton College is about the same height as me, and yet he played basketball, and I think he had arguably a pretty successful career. Talking about Coach Schauer. But part of me does wish I started a lot earlier and actually took basketball seriously.
Sure.
But I just thought, well, I'm just too short. Let's just not play it. Let's try something a little bit more reasonable like tennis.
But did you enjoy tennis?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, that's not what I wanted to hear.
0-1 count for Harnett, and she pops that one up into right field, and Jordan is able to cannot make the catch.
That was a tough play. Jordan not unable to make a catch, but Weaver, who had a pinch run for McCagran, had to hold just in case she wasn't going to get picked off at first, and really easy throw there. So an easy 9-6 put out, unfortunately.
And ruled as a fielder's choice on that last play. 0-1 count with 2 outs now. Kang making contact with that and draws an 0-2 count.
Nice pitch by Washer. Had her fooled, but Kang doing really well just to get that ball on the bat on the ball, excuse me.
That one touches the dirt for the first ball. Harnett at first base off the fielder's choice. Kang, that one swung into left field. It'll be a single for Nori Kang, and her second hit in 2 games against the Warriors.
Nice piece of hitting there. Stayed back and waited for that pitch to come because it once again was off speed, and this time she was not fooled at all and put a really, really nice swing to hit it between the hole between the shortstop and the third baseman.
Abby Whitehead to bat. She singled her first time up in the first inning. 1 for 2 and 2 walks in game 1. Outside, 4-1. And as a pitcher, specifically for Washer, how do you approach someone like Abby Whitehead?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I mean, she's just seeing the ball really well, tearing the cover off. I think you try and mess with her timing. We saw another off speed right there. Yeah, I don't know. I only pitched like 1 season, and that was when I was like 8 years old. So I don't exactly know what a pitcher's thinking, but I guess as a catcher, I would say just try and change the speeds on her and try and still paint those corners.
Whitehead chops that one foul for the first strike. It's a 2-1 count with 2 outs. Kane currently at first, Harnett on second base.
Yeah, I think what makes it hard is Whitehead, as we've seen, she struck out once last game, but she doesn't really tend to expand the strike zone, and by that I mean swing at pitches that are close but balls, and so she kind of forces you to throw the ball near the strike zone. And then if you do, she's most likely going to crush it. So your only hope, I guess, is to fool her and hope that she rolls over on a pitch, meaning that she doesn't quite hit it cleanly, and there's thus soft contact.
3-1 count as Whitehead, looks like that's a foul ball. But this is arguably the toughest part of the lineup. You put Whitehead at the 3-hole, and then you bring in Mia Reinhardt, who's probably just as good as a hitter as Whitehead over at the 4 spot.
Yes, for sure. I mean, and then you have Kang in front of Whitehead, who just really good approach, as we've talked about earlier. Here's a walk. Like I said, Whitehead just such a patient hitter. And then Hartnett is just having an excellent freshman season, batting over 400. It's definitely a scary lineup for Wheaton.
Speaking of Mia Reinhardt, a 2 RBI single in the first inning, looking to bring some more runners home.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have a pitching change with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
It looks like Alyssa Deinauer will come back into the ball game after she played in game 1. 2 1/3 innings pitched in game 1, 2 hits, a walk, and 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, she had some really good success against Wheaton. Makes sense why coach would want to put her in at a pivotal spot, and probably here to stay for at least a couple more innings.
As you said, bases are loaded and 2 outs. It's Mia Reinhardt to bat, Whitehead at first, Nori Kang at second, and Ava Harnett at third. Dan Howard, the new pitcher, in there for strike 1. Reinhardt, a .525 on-base percentage, which is 8th in the CCIW. The senior out of Noblesville, Indiana. 2 for 3 against Blackburn in game 1. Deinauer fouls that one off for bat. The count is 1-2.
If I'm reading my notes correctly, Reinhardt and Dinhauer faced off last game in the 5th inning. And Reinhardt flew out to second. But that's, once again, only if I'm reading my notes right.
Dinhauer, swing and a miss. Reinhardt strikes out, and the Thunder strand 3 runners in the bottom of the 2nd. Top of the third from Ruth Lady Field. The Warriors lead 3-2. They picked up those 3 runs in the first inning. There's RBIs by Kylie Gatson, as well as Natalie Jordan, allowed the Warriors to get on board. That one chopped over to the shortstop, played at first base, and it's out.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 25, Kylie Gaston.
Now Kylie Gatson back. A 2 RBI double in the first inning. Gets a good piece of that. That one hits the third baseman. Giles played at first base, cannot be made. Kate Welch unable to make the grab, and Gatson will be on first base. I'm assuming they're going to rule that a base hit and not an error. Daylana Morgese grounded out back in the first inning. 2 for 3 against Nebraska Wesleyan was Morgese. Infield pop-up, and it looks like the catch is going to be made by Watson, the pitcher. Stellmacher to bat for the Warriors. Struck out her first time up. 1 for 3, 2 RBIs and a stolen base against Emerson. And she'll take the first ball. They're going to say outside for this Warriors team. They lost a couple of pivotal pieces. Aaliyah Ann Hart, who led the team in both batting average, slugging, and on base percentage. Olivia Chrysler, Gwen Mulcahy, Allison Powers, and Caitlin Rank, along with Melissa Tan. Those last two being pitchers, Rank and Tan. 2-1 count. Gatson over at first base. Not on target of the strike zone. It's now 3-1. Watson, that one into right field, back at the wall, and it cannot be caught by Whitehead. It'll be a double for Wisconsin Lutheran, as Natalie Jordan is due up next.
Nice pitch. Piece of hitting, went with that pitch, and just got just over the head of Abby Whitehead in right. She does make a pretty nice strong throw to second to keep both of those runners from advancing, and Gadsden potentially being able to score.
So Stellmacher with the double, her first double of the season, her 4th hit of the season as well. And looks like we have a pinch running situation Addison Klein, who was a pinch runner in game 1, will come in for Stelmacher. As Coach Flago trying to confirm the decision over to the umpire. Now Stelmacher back over at second base. Klein currently near his head coach, near her head coach. So Addison Klein does come in, but I think it is for Stelmacher. So correction, it's actually in for Kylie Gadsden. The referee said number 6 for Wisconsin Lutheran. That's Victoria Koniecki, but she has not played. She's barely played, only in 2 games, so it's instead for Kylie Gadsden. Swing and a miss on the first offering. Strike 1. Natalie Jordan's batting for Wisconsin Lutheran. An RBI single in the first inning for Jordan. Currently 2 stolen bases for Jordan, so dangerous in many different ways. She's hitting 400, 2 for 5 at bat. And limited action, 1-for-1 count. It's currently Stelmacher at second, Klein at third. 1-1 count. Jordan doesn't go for it, and will settle for the ball. Warriors team that's projected to finish 12th out of the NAG, 12 out of 13 teams. Concordia, Wisconsin, the overwhelming favorite, and then it's Benedictine, who received 8 first place votes. That one's fouled. But the Falcons of Concordia, Wisconsin got 14 first place votes. The Eagles of Benedictine got 8. Dominican got the final 4. Then it's Aurora at 4th. 5th place MSOE. 6th place Concordia, Chicago. Marianne at 7th and Lakeland at 8th. 2-2 count for Watson. Doing battle with Natalie Jordan. Alongside with 2 outs. Stays outside the strike zone. We're loaded up at 3-2. Natalie Jordan swings that one over to Nori Kang, and she will throw it over to Kate Welch for the 3rd out. Warriors strand 2. It's 3-2. Wisconsin Lutheran leads. Or is it? I think they just ruled, is that a ball 4 if I'm not mistaken? Everyone thought the inning was over, but apparently we're not done yet.
So they're saying that the pitch before that one was ball 4? Okay. I don't have that on mine, but I also wasn't paying attention. Okay, so bases are loaded. Just kidding.
So they're saying that the pitch before that was a ball 4. So now the bases are loaded. Maddie Caprillion is on bait, is currently at the plate. Grounded out back in the first inning. So inning not over. Warriors still have an opportunity to add on to their lead with only 2 outs. Watson, good piece of hitting. It's back to Nori Kang. Basically the exact same play from the last time, and this time it counts. Able to throw it over to Kate Welch, and now the top of the 3rd is over. It's 3-2, Warriors on top. Bit of hiccup in the top of the third inning, but it gets all sorted out. They ruled it a ball on that second to last batter. Although that really didn't matter because next batter was still retired. Madeline Hilliard's hitting, flied out her first time up. Dinhauer still the pitcher for Wisconsin Lutheran. A 3-2 ball game, Warriors on top.
Batting for Wheaton, Madeline Hilliard.
Thunder coming in this game having won 7 straight games, swing and miss, strike 2. Hilliard, it's an 0-2 count. Dinhauer, that one touches the dirt. Ball 1. You're going to say that's also down and away in ball 2. Hilliard working her way back from an 0-2 count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dinhauer, that one back to Dinhauer, and she'll just toss it over to Ruth for out number 1. Giles hitting for the Thunder, singled back in the first inning. No one on with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Second of our doubleheader. Wheaton took the first game 5-4, which was won from an Amaya Daniels walk-off single as it allowed Madeline Hilliard to score. One nothing count. That one chopped and fouled. Warriors got the first run of this game from a Kylie Gatson RBI. And then Natalie Jordan also recording an RBI. That allowed Wisconsin Lutheran to go up 3-0, and then Mia Reinhardt for the Thunder. RBI single right up the middle. Allowed Abby Whitehead and Ava Harnett to get in runs and score themselves. 2-2 count. Dinhauer to Giles. Makes contact. Do it all over again. Still 2-2.
Good job by Giles for being able to get a bat on that one.
That is at the knees and is a ball. Loaded up at 3-2. Giles has forced 4 walks so far this season, entering this afternoon. Giles swings and a miss. Strikeout right there by Dinhauer.
Yeah, that was a good call by coach over there. I saw that he had said throw that same pitch that was called a ball at Giles and see what she does, and she did swing and miss. So good, good game management by Coach Flegel.
It's Kate Welch to hit flied out in the first inning. Nobody on with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. The Warriors have a 3-2 lead. Both of Wheaton and Wisconsin Lutheran doing their scoring in the first. But if Dinauer and this defense can hang on, it would have produced 2 shutout innings. That one into left field.
That's gone.
Back at the wall, and see you later. It's out of here. Kate Welch, her first home run of the season and her career.
Yeah, just excellent. I mean, to tie the game at 3, that one was a no-doubter. She has a cowboy hat on her helmet now. But yeah, excellent job. Yeah, everyone could tell that that was a no-doubt home run. So great job for Welch, and they're getting the baseball back. Or the softball, excuse me.
Just wanted to correct myself. That's her 5th career home run. She had 4 home runs a season ago, but her first home run of the season.
What a great one to have, to tie this game up. Now it's a new game, as my mom would say, new game, new game.
Kennedy Kemp's hitting for Wheaton. Fly out in the second inning for her. Second pitch outside, ball 1, strike 1.
Stelmacher trying to frame that pitch, get it to be called a strike, just to hold it there, just so the umpire sees exactly where that ball hit, and able to get the call that time.
1-1 pitch is not going to touch the strike. Corner, it's going to be ball 2. Kemp chops that one foul. The count is 2-2. Dinauer up into right field, and another foul ball. Kemp this season, 10 walks, 6 stolen bases, 5th best on-base percentage at .567, also slugging .444. 2-2 count is loaded up at 3-2.
She and King are both very, very patient hitters. Not biting on pitches that aren't near the plate, not afraid to foul a couple off.
3-2 pitch up into center field, and it's going to be caught. Redeman retiring Kemp, but a crucial home run was made, and it's now 3-all from Ruth Liddy Field. Wheeler now hitting for Wisconsin Lutheran. Grounded out in the second inning. We're here in the top of the 4th. Wheeler, that's going to be fouled right near the bullpen. I think it went outside. Wheeler looking for her first hit. She is so far 0 for 3 entering this afternoon. One-two counts. That one in the gap and into center field. A leadoff single for Addison Wheeler. As it will now bring up Madison Heller and the Warriors.
Batting for the Warriors, number 4, Madison Heller.
That's now the 6th hit for Wisconsin Lutheran in this ball game. Wheaton has 7. Bunt attempt. And the throw over to first base is made, and now attempted third base opportunity. What's the ruling? Is Wheeler out is the question. She attempted to not only steal second, but also get to third base.
And they got her.
Yeah, they ruled her out, so a double play made by Wheaton, and now Wisconsin Lutheran has nobody on base.
That was a fun little play, a classic 1 for 5, I believe. I think that was Giles over there. But seriously, excellent heads up play by Nori Kang to be aware that the runner was going, because I think that was the right choice. It's not often that they've done that a couple times with bunts, and so Kang was able to throw a perfect dot over there, and they got the runner.
So now Summer Crawl will be batting. Walked her first time up and then grounded out in the 2nd inning. Crawl has the best hitting percentage on the team, hitting .405. 17 hits, which also leads the Warriors. 2-0 counts. I'll stay outside, 3-0. Crawl 1 for 4. An RBI and a double in game 1 against Wheaton. And she'll get the walk. Second time Summer Crawl has been walked, as she entered this afternoon with 3.
Now batting number 24, Rebecca Redeman.
Redeman swings and misses on the first offering. Singled her first time up, and then in the 3rd inning, grounded out. 2 for 3 and a stolen base in game 1. Freshman out of Canton, Michigan. Ooh, against Baldwin Wallace, 2 for 2, 2 RBIs, a double, a triple. She was also hit by a pitch, so an excellent outing for her. 1-1 now the count. With Summer Crawl at first base, just walked. High and away, ball 2.
Watson looks like she's trying to work a little higher in the zone, which hasn't worked as she walked Crawl on 4 straight pitches. So I wonder if it would be better for her to try and drop a little bit lower in the zone. But that was also called a ball. So just having a tiny bit of issues now with these last 2 batters trying to find that strike zone.
Dylan Watson, 3 2/3 innings worth, 62 pitches. She's given up 6 hits and 2 earned runs. She's also walked 3 batters. 3-1 count. And they're going to call that a strike. Meanwhile, steal for second base, and she's out. Summer Crawl trying to gamble, but does not pay off as we remain deadlocked at 3-all, headed into the bottom of the 4th. Soleil Weaver to lead things off for the Thunder, 0 for 2 back in game 1. For her first time up at bat. Sophomore out of Whitmore Lake, Michigan, who played in all 40 games a season ago, batted .220, slugged .280, and 13 RBIs a season ago as well. Doesn't want to go for that. Wise decision for ball 1. It's currently 5:58 Central Time, 68 degrees. It feels like 61. The wind blowing 12 miles per hour to the northeast. Gusts of about 26 miles per hour as well.
It's been a fairly windy day, although still nice, I would say, because the sun was out and it's just starting to disappear behind the clouds.
1-1 count. Giles Weaver, was trying to bunt. It's 2-1. That one popped up in the infield, and the catch is gonna be made by Caitlin Ruth.
Coming in for Wheaton, number 5, Ava Hartnett.
Hartnett to hit, singled her first time out, and then got on with a fielder's choice in the second inning. And Stephanie, you were having the conversation with Aaron Sheelan in your baseball game that you called against Dubuque. You two were talking about the weather.
We were talking about the weather.
I think Aaron was posing the theory that you can only complain about one, whether it's too hot or too cold. Tell me what you said to him on that, about that.
Yeah, I agreed with that. I think to complain about both is a bit much. I think I agree with his point that, especially here in Chicago, or I should say Chicagoland, with it being pretty cold in the winter and then pretty warm and muggy in the summer, you can only complain for one. Else, I feel like you just be miserable out here the whole time. I didn't have a super strong opinion, but yeah, he said that he would complain about the cold more because he loves the heat, even the muggy heat. I don't know about that one for me personally. Being from California, we don't have this thing called humidity, and I am enjoying that thoroughly. So I don't know if I would necessarily say I would rather have it hot and muggy because I just can't stand the humidity, but it gets pretty humid in Texas, right?
Yeah, it does get pretty humid in Texas, especially in Houston, where I'm from. It gets hot in Dallas as well as San Antonio, as Ava Hartnett walked. But in Dallas and San Antonio, it's hot, but more desert hot, if that makes sense.
Yes. No. So it's just the dry heat. Yeah, that's what we get in California. And you know, I would take like a 110-degree day of dry heat over like 90 with 90% humidity. I just can't stand it.
Attempted steal by Hartnett. And is she safe? She is. For Hartnett, she entered this afternoon with 3 stolen bases. Able to show off the wheels to get over to second base.
Yeah, but what about you, Aiden? You spent some time here, and then you're obviously from Texas, where it does get really hot and really muggy. What would you say?
Swing and miss up there for strike 2. If I had to think about that, I would say I would rather prefer the heat over the cold.
Okay.
And to be fair, I actually took a trip without telling my parents this year. 02 is outside, but I had the opportunity to go to Thailand back in February. If you know me, I used to live in Thailand. I was there from 2012 to 2015. Haven't been back ever since. So it's been nearly an 11-year reunion for me. And the weather here in Chicagoland and in Bangkok, complete contrast.
Yeah, I bet.
Bangkok, there are 4 seasons. Okay.
Okay,
hot,
buddy.
hot, and hotter.
Okay, and so you're in one of the hot seasons, not the hotter.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So I think 90 degrees is probably the temperature. I honestly, and it was also very humid. I would rather take that, and I honestly enjoyed it in Bangkok a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, than this weather right now.
That's fair. I think for me personally, I'm just trying to wrap my head around if I could survive humidity rather than the freezing cold, add all that wind and stuff. But I like the sun. I'm from California. I like the sun. But okay. I feel like most people would agree with you on the heat, even if it's muggy over. Ooh, got hit directly in the knee.
That's the 3rd time King has been hit by a pitch. Luckily, she is not James Scott of the Wheaton baseball team, who has been hit by a pitch 20 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and last night at that baseball game, he got hit twice. And he is on track to not just surpass the Division 3 hit by pitch record, single season record. He is on pace to like blow it out of the water.
So now Abby Whitehead is batting. She's been pretty good in this game. Singled in the first inning, and then in the second inning, she was walked. So 2 runners on with only 1 out. Hartnett currently at second base, Kang at first. Swing and a miss right there for strike 1. It's a 1-1 count. But going back to the weather conversation, I think part of the reason why I'd rather prefer the heat has to do with the fact that I've mostly lived in hot climates.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I mostly lived in cold climates, my opinion might be different. 1-1 count. Another swing and a miss right there as Whitehead falls behind. The count is 1-2.
Yeah. Dynauer is doing a really good job of fooling Abby Whitehead, which we've talked about is not easy to do.
Whitehead gets some contact into left center field. It's going to be a base hit. Everyone will advance 1 spot, so the bases are loaded. Still 1 out. And it looks like Wheaton will send on their pinch hitter, Amaya Daniels, who was very critical in game 1.
Yeah, definitely the hero of last game with the bases loaded, albeit there were 2 outs when that happened in the bottom of the 8th, which means we were in extra innings last game. But, I mean, I would like to think that her confidence right now is super high.
So loaded bases, Whitehead back-to-back singles she's at first base. Nori Kang's at second. And Ava Hartnett is at third. 1 out. Most pressure Alyssa Dinhauer has been. First pitch in there, strike 1. It was Brianna Washer who got the start. She went about 1 2/3 innings, 52 pitches, gave up 6 hits and 2 earned runs. Dinhauer has only given up 1 earned run. So far, a great start for Dinhauer. The count is 0-2. Weak contact, and that one will get over to second base. The throw to first base, and she's safe. Meanwhile, a runner will come in and score, so it's 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, that play was close. Where we are sitting, we are kind of sitting behind home plate, to the right of home plate, next to Wheaton's dugout on the first base side. So it is kind of hard to truly see exactly if she was safe or not. I mean, but props to her for running that out, because if she doesn't run that out, you're not going to score that run, and the inning will be over.
Yeah, it would have been a double play.
Yes.
Warriors had a pretty good opportunity to actually get it. But the Thunder now lead it 4-3 over the Warriors. It will be Madeline Hilliard, who did not hit in game 1. She was 0 for 3. In game 2, and this one, flied out and grounded out.
Number 8, Madeline Hilliard.
Also, Mia Reinhard is the pinch runner for Wheaton. She's currently at first base, lifted into right center field, and it's caught to end the inning. Rebecca Redeman coming and making the grab, and it's 4-3. Wheaton has the lead over the Warriors as we head into the top of the 5th.
Lutheran. Number 24, Rebecca Redeman.
Here's Redeman to hit for the Warriors. Singled her first time up in the first inning, and then in the 3rd inning, she grounded out. Watson still the starting pitcher for Wheaton. So far, Dylan Watson, 4 innings pitch, has given up 6 hits and 2 earned runs. She struck out 2 and walked 3. Infield pop-up, kind of going to the outfield, and a nice extension and catch by Kang.
Yeah, definitely nice grab just to track that. Not an easy play when you have to go over your shoulder.
Now batting, number 16, Caitlin Ruth.
Here's Caitlin Ruth. She's hitting for the first time. Freshman of Canton, Michigan, who also is a pitcher. Ruth in game 1 against Benedictine was hit by a pitch, and then in game 2 she pitched actually. Only went about an inning, gave up a hit, and walked one batter before she was pulled. Down at the knees for ball 2. Ruth 3 of 19, batting 158 so far on the season. As a pitcher, she's appeared in about 4 games. UW Oshkosh, Shenandoah, Cornell, and Benedictine. ERA slightly above 16. It's a 2-0 count. That one blasted into right field. Whitehead tracking it, and it will stay in play. It's going to be a double for Caitlin Ruth. The tying run is at second base with 1 out.
Yeah, just some good, solid contact. A couple of balls have been hitting the right field wall.
Delana Morgese will be due up. Morgese still looking for her first hit. 0 for 1 in game 1. Grounded out of the first inning, then popped out of the third inning. For Wisconsin Lutheran, after this game, they'll have St. Norbert, a NAC opponent, in about 2 days. On March 27th, that one will be played at home. 1-0 count. Make it 2-0.
Good block by Hillier there. She's been doing a pretty good job behind that plate, doing some blocking, throwing out some runners. All in a day's work for a catcher, that's for sure.
That one swung foul for strike 1. They say that it's going to be a ball. So now the count is 3-1. Something that Coach Flago talked about with Scott Morris at the start of the season, the fact that this Wisconsin Lutheran offense has a chance to be pretty underrated, especially out of the NAC.
Yeah, and I think his assessment is fair. We have seen...
That is going to be an infield pop-up, and it's going to be caught for out number 2, and the catch being made by Bella Giles.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some good offense. I mean, that last game came down to Wheaton just walking it off. And in part due to an error by Wisconsin Lutheran. That is not to say that Wheaton didn't deserve that win at all, but that error certainly helped in that last inning. But yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment.
The third inning. And she hits it right back to Watson. Watson recovers, barehands it over to first base. And she's out. Third out recorded. The Thunder have a 4-3 lead headed into the bottom of the 5th.
Bella Giles will be leading off the Thunder this offense in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Thunder leading this one 4-3, having scored a run in both the 3rd and the 4th inning. As Giles is going to foul that one off. In the 3rd inning, Kate Welch had a solo home run to even the ball game at 3-all, and then in the 4th inning, off a fielder's choice, Avid Harnett was able to score, which gave Wheaton the 4-3 lead. 1-1 fastballs inside for strike 2. Denauer, that one does make contact, but it's fouled. So far, Denauer, 2 1/3 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, and a walk.
Yeah, I thought she's been pretty good so far. Very, very crafty as a pitcher, definitely throwing a fair amount of off speed.
They say called strike 3, caught looking. And so Giles is retired.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pitch. Giles was just frozen. That is one of the worst feelings you have as a hitter, but one of the best as a pitcher or catcher.
And why is that?
I mean, that pitch was just so nasty that, like, you just watch it go by and you're like, I couldn't have done anything with that. And then I think as a pitcher, you're just thinking, like, that is what I was doing. I was aiming for. That was what I was aiming for. And as a catcher, you're just proud that they hit their spot.
First pitch is a ball, so it's a 1-0 count. Denauer stays inside for strike 1. And Stephanie, a bit of an off-topic question, but if there was a place that you had to visit, it could be both domestic or international, but you've never visited, where would you go?
Oh. That is very random. That's a great question, though.
I need something to pass the time.
No. Yes. Yeah. Where's somewhere I've never been, but I want to go? Do you have one off the top of your head?
I do.
Okay, you go. If you're ready, you go. I'll think about it.
Well, mine's Montevideo, Uruguay,
Okay.
as there's a swing and a miss. But it looks like the play to first base is not in time. So even though that was strike 3, Kate Welch still gets over to first base.
Yeah, good job by Kate Welch. I mean, you're taught if you in softball, you are taught, like, if you swing and miss on the 3rd strike, to, like, start taking a couple steps toward the first base bag, just in case something like that happens. And the ball squirted away, and excellent job by Welch to get down there.
So now Kennedy Kemp will be batting for Wheaton. Good heads-up play by Kate Welch.
But why do you want to go to Uruguay?
The reason I want to go to Montevideo is because I've heard really good things about it.
Okay.
I would argue that it's a very underrated destination. When people want to travel internationally, they think, oh, it has to be London or Paris or maybe somewhere in the U.S., New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, maybe Chicago as well. But I don't hear a lot of people talk about, oh, Montevideo, because mostly it's a little bit too far.
Yeah.
There aren't many flights that go there directly, but I've heard from people that it's a very beautiful place to visit.
Okay.
They like to call Uruguay the Switzerland of South America.
Oh,
to put things in
wow.
perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really high compliment.
1-1 count. Kemp pops it up into right field and cannot make the play, so the runners are going to try to advance. Gracie Rockness, who just checked in, is going to go over to second base, and Kemp will be at first.
Yeah, just a bit of a blooper, although that sun has now come out of the clouds, although it is still on its descent for the night. And I think that could have honestly played a bit of a factor because the sun was gone for a good chunk of this game, and suddenly it's a blooper and you look up and then it's gone. So a really tough play for the right fielder.
I think our statisticians, being the oh so famous Brett Marhenka, will rule that an E9.
Just kidding. I mean, still a hard play.
Although you could make the case it could be a base hit.
And then obviously Kemp is not going to care because she's on first.
You know, there's a nickname that Brett goes by, LBC, let Brett cook.
Okay. Is he cooking right now?
I think he is. He's always been cooking.
Has never stopped.
Last 20 years and counting. McCadron sees that one go low. It's ball 2.
Okay, I have my place. I want to go to San Marino.
San Marino, where's San Marino? I'm so confused.
No, you're good. San Marino is a tiny landlocked country in the middle of Italy.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yes, you're good. Tiny, tiny landlocked country. It's a bit of an inside joke. Nice hit.
That one gets into left field. The bases are going to be loaded. 3 on with 1 out.
And we have the top of the lineup with Hartnett, who's gone 3 for 3 with 3 singles. Or sorry, no, she's gone 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a walk.
And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to get a pitching change. Tegan Piven will be coming in, who was the starting pitcher in game 1. So as we said just before we went muted, Tegan Piven, who was the starting pitcher in game 1, is back in the circle. She went 2 innings in game 1, gave up 2 hits and struck out 2. So Ava Hartnett will be batting for the Thunder. Wheaton looking to add some insurance runs, given that they lead by 1.
Yeah, Hartnett grounded out to short in her in her plate appearance against Piven in the first game.
Evens up the count at 1-1. Bases are loaded. Rockness, who was pinch running, is at third base. Kemp is at second, and McCagren's at first. That one's taken high for ball 2. Weak contact, and the catch is going to be made by Maddie. That was Maddie Caprillion who was able to make the easy grab for out number 2.
Yeah, and good job by Wheaton to get back, or for Wheaton's base runners to get back, to not get doubled off and keep it with bases loaded now with 2 out.
Nori Kang pops that one up into the infield. And another easy catch right back to Caprillion for out number 3. Wheaton strands 3. They'd still lead it, though, 4-3. top of the 6th, and the first swing is all the way up into center field for Natalie Jordan. So she will single herself, and the tying run is at the plate. The tying run's at first base, go-ahead runs at the plate. Caprillion attempting the bunt. Doesn't get on target with that. And why do batters, when they do that, what encourages them to bunt?
A couple of things. One, situationally, here you have.
And that's going to be easily caught by Dylan Watson as Jordan gets back over to first base.
Sorry, yes. Okay, in that situation, they were just trying to bunt the runner to get to second, as we would call a productive out. I know last night, Aaron Shellen and I, who called the baseball game, were talking, we both love productive outs, meaning they would probably get the runner out at first, but the runner would go into scoring possession at second with one out. Sometimes, like, if you're just maybe not the strongest hitter, but you're really fast and you can bunt well, that's how you get on. Check swing.
And they're going to keep the play alive and immediately tag out Wheeler. Meanwhile, the runner Jordan advances to second base. Nonetheless, there's 2 outs.
But yeah, excellent question. Yeah, I would say probably those 2 things. If you maybe aren't as strong as a hitter, but really fast, and it's very situational too.
So now pinch hitting, Maritza Martinez, who played in game 1, will be batting here in game 2. She is coming in for Madison Heller.
Yeah, Martinez had a very good game against Wheaton in that first game. Went 2 for 5. Excuse me, 2 for 4.
Pitching for Wisconsin Lutheran, number 12, Maritza Martinez.
Sorry, I misspoke. Apparently I can't read my own handwriting. Martinez got on base twice. Once was a walk, and the second one was a hit. But she scored both times she was on base, and we saw that she was a very fast and aggressive runner.
Martinez leading the team in RBI. She has 9. She's hitting .344. Slugging .469. 1-0 pitch. Gonna say it's now 2-0. Natalie Jordan currently at second base. 1 on and 2 outs. Watson has pitched the entire game. Almost flawless. Has given up 2 earned runs, struck out 2, walked 3. For this 1-2 combination for Wheaton pitching alongside Shyla Dozeman, who got the start in game 1 and pitched the entire game herself. Call strike right there. Martinez has to sweat it out a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is a super interesting matchup because I don't think, regardless, you don't want Martinez to get on because Kroll is after her, and even if Kroll has not had the strongest games, she's just always such a dangerous hitter.
In fact, Summer Kroll, she's walked twice.
Yeah.
And speaking of walks, Martinez will get there over to first base. So now runners on first and second, 2 outs. And out comes probably the #1 hitter on this Wisconsin Lutheran squad, Summer Kroll, as Wheaton will take a mound visit. Thunder coming into this game having won 7 straight games. If you look at the CCIW standings, take it with a grain of salt, because the reason I say this is because you have teams within the CCIW who play completely different opponents, and then you've had some teams who have barely played, like Augustine, they've played 7 games. Compare that to Wheaton, who they're 9-5. They've played 14 games. Milliken has played 15 games. They're 8-7 right now. But Wheaton, North Park, Carroll, and Milliken, that's the top 4 right now. So Wheaton's technically leading the CCIW at a 9-5 record, make it a 10-5 record. Just because they're slightly better and above 500 compared to other teams who are at that 500 mark or below that.
But with less games played.
Correct. Or they played more games, they're just...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yes.
As seen with, like, I don't know, Milliken, who's barely above 500. Carthage and North Central are both 6-8.
Okay, yes. So Wheaton is definitely looking pretty strong. But then, of course, we would have to look at the schedules and who they're playing, how strong their opponents are, all that fun stuff.
1-1 count as Kral gets a piece of that. Game 1, she was 1 for 4 with an RBI and a double. It's a 1-2 count though. And that one is just barely outside 2-2. And we were talking a little bit about this during the break, the fact that the Thunder, if this game comes back to bite them, they've stranded 10 runners compared to the Warriors' 5.
Yeah, 2 innings where they left the bases loaded and were unable to cash any runs. Another foul ball. Yeah, I mean, that's just tough. You always want to have a high percentage with runners in scoring position and just in general trying to cash every run. But so far, Wheaton is hanging on to a 4-3 lead. But Wisconsin Lutheran is not going away quietly.
2-2 count. That one lifted into left center field. Kemp cannot make the play. Here comes one runner in Natalie Jordan. This ball game is just tied up.
Yeah, Kroll just showing why she is such a dangerous hitter. You know, she hadn't gotten a hit in this game until now, and it is a bloop double that just tied the game.
That is the 7th RBI for Kral, as she had 6 entering this afternoon. So make that 8 RBIs to include the stats from both Game 1 and Game 2. And I think another pinch runner for Wisconsin Luther, if I'm not mistaken. Madeline Knapp will enter. This is her first appearance this season. The sophomore at Hackensack, Minnesota.
It's a fun hometown name.
Hackensack, Minnesota? I wonder where that is.
Yeah, I have no idea, but it kind of sounds like hacky sack, which is a fun game. Why are you laughing?
Hacky sack. Is that the one where you okay, how do I describe this?
It's like the beanbag.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's like the beanbag. It's like a circular beanbag that you like kick around like a soccer ball kind of. Yes, that one.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Hackensack, hacky sack. It's close.
Rudiment at the plate, and she'll pop that one for her first strike. She singled back in the first inning, grounded out in the third inning, and then flew out in the fourth. Warriors bring in 1 run. This ball game is tied at 4-all.
Oh, and a quick Google search tells me that Hackensack is a tiny, tiny little town.
That one in the gap, and no play can be made. Maritza Martinez scores on the RBI single, and the Warriors have their first lead since leading 3-0 at the end of the top of the first.
Yeah, that was just a really nice placed ball. Unfortunately, Giles also went after it because Hartnett had a play at third if someone was there, and unfortunately there wasn't. But Hartnett grabbing that ball honestly might have saved 2 runs.
So Ruth is now going to bat as we have another mound visit. Coach Fazzari talking things over. Pretty cool story about Coach Fazzari. Someone who came from Illinois Wesleyan. She played there. She graduated in 2014 and then spent most of, I would argue, most of her coaching time at Trinity Christian College. A special season for the Trolls back in 2023. At 25 wins, their first NCAA tournament appearance in program history, and they're also their first winning season since 1992. Looking to bring some magic here to Wheaton.
Yeah, no, that is awesome.
Coach Fazzari in her 3rd season with Wheaton, 43 and 47 overall.
Now batting for the Warriors, number 16, Caitlin Ruth.
As Dylan Watson will stay on as the pitcher for Wheaton. Caitlin Ruth, as we just said, doubled in the 5th inning. Warriors looking to bring in some more insurance runners with both of them at the corner. A steal attempt by Redeman, and she'll get there successfully. So now runners on 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. Madeline Knapp is at 3rd base. For Wisconsin Lutheran, their first run since scoring 3 runs in the 1st. Gets through for strike 1. One count. That one into center field. Chance for 2 runs for WLC. It's a 2 RBI single for Caitlin Ruth, and the Warriors lead by 3.
Yeah, they're just seeing a lot of pitches from Dylan Watson that they like, and they're just finding the gaps on the field. Unfortunately, it does look like our fears have been confirmed that Wheaton leaving 10 runners left on base this game has come back to bite them, as they are now down in a deficit of 7-4.
And the Thunder will be making the pitching change. Irish Jones, the sophomore out of Monument, Colorado, will enter for Dylan Watson. So the Warriors have broken this game open, 4 runs scoring in the 6th. Dylan Watson lasting 5 2/3 innings, giving up 11 hits and 6 earned runs. She walked 4 and struck out 2. So Irish Jones is now in, the second pitcher for Wheaton. Got some time against Maranatha Baptist, as well as Blackburn, currently playing in her 3rd game.
Yep, all she needs to do is get one out, and Wheaton can run back in the dugout and look to cut that deficit.
Morgacy swings. That's an infield pop-up, and the catch is going to be made by Kate Welch. Warriors, though, they have a 3-run lead headed into the bottom of the 6th on the CCIW network. So now we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Warriors scoring 4 runs in the top of the 6th inning. First started with a summer crawl single to left center, which brought in 1 run. And then Rebecca Redeman also getting an RBI, and then really cleaning it up was Caitlin Ruth, who also brought in another run.
Leading off the bottom of the 6th for Wheaton, number 24.
Right now, 7-4 Wheaton on top. Still waiting for the stats to get updated, as it's Abby Whitehead to bat for the Thunder. Tegan Piven still the pitcher for Wisconsin Lutheran. This is their 3rd different pitcher the Warriors have gone through. The All-NAC honorable mention from a season ago. Coach Flagel talked about putting Piven in tough situations because Coach Piven is very confident that she can help get the Warriors out of these situations, out of dire situations, and bring Wisconsin to where they need to be, as that pitch is outside for ball 1.
Yeah, I mean, she took a step last inning when she came in with the bases loaded and needed to get one out, and she did. So if she can hang on for these next 2 innings, then I think Coach Flego will be quite happy with that.
1-2 count. Whitehead does not bite. It's now evened up at 2-2.
Whitehead had a single against Piven in the 1st inning of the 1st game, the only appearance against her.
So far, Whitehead, 2 singles in this one as well, and she walked. That one is popped up, shallow center field, now getting to the outfield and juggling it and cannot make the catch. Wheeler and I believe Natalie Jordan collided with each other. They both couldn't decide who wanted to make that play.
Yeah, I know last night Aaron Schellen and I for baseball were naming some Bermuda triangles, as we called them, and that's sort of no, but like that's sort of one of them where the space where an outfielder and infielder have to like run into to collectively together, and one of them has to call the other person off. It's so hard because you don't want to run into someone else. You want to catch the ball.
That one blasted right center field and a base hit. Whitehead surging onto 3rd base. It's going to be a single. for Mia Reinhardt. But going back to what you just said, really quickly, I did not expect the word Bermuda Triangle to come up in this broadcast.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron called it a Bermuda Triangle yesterday in a spot during the baseball game, and I kind of like that phrase, like Bermuda Triangle, because weird things happen to planes and stuff in the Bermuda Triangle, and weird things happen on the baseball and softball diamonds in these so-called Bermuda Triangles. You just never know what's going to happen. Would you go to the Bermuda Triangle? If you were guaranteed, like, to leave it, if you were guaranteed.
Now a pickoff situation as the runner on first base, Mia Reinhardt, is officially out. But answering your question, if I was guaranteed to leave it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go. I go to the Bermuda Triangle. Okay. If you guaranteed, now if I was not guaranteed to leave, different answer probably.
Sure. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, on that one, just real quick, back to that play. They were trying to get a throw baited down so that Whitehead could score, and yeah, just didn't quite work.
So that's the first out. So only one runner is currently on base. That's Abby Whitehead, who's at third.
Yeah, a slightly interesting call, in my opinion, just because running into outs is just a bit rally killing. But I could see the vision to get a run across the plate. Hillier has not gotten a hit today. She did get on from an E4 in the last game. So hopefully she can find a way to get the bat on the ball now and score Whitehead. But yeah, really unfortunate that Reinhardt is out at first, or got out at second, I should say.
1-2 count. And they're going to say slightly outside the strike zone, 2-2. But Hillier, 5 hits entering this afternoon, hitting .250, has 4 RBIs, no home runs this season, the freshman of California. Solid contact, lifted up into right field, and it looks like the catch was made. As you had, I believe, Caitlin Ruth and Natalie Jordan almost looked like that play from a couple of at-bats ago, almost colliding with each other yet again.
Yeah, those are the hard plays for sure. Communication is all like the most important part. And I remember one time, this was in a practice, like we weren't even in a game. I'm pretty sure I had called my teammate off or something. I called for the ball and I caught it. My teammate didn't hear me, and so she just completely trucked me in the middle of practice. So I'm glad that did not happen out here, because that was not fun.
Were you okay after that collision?
Yeah, I was fine. I think I was more just like, how did you not hear me? I was screaming my head off, ball. But I mean, I get it. Sometimes you're just so locked in that you're just like tuning the world out.
In that area, shallow right, shallow left, shallow center, it's one of those weird spots where you don't know necessarily who's going to be making the catch, per se.
Yes, and yeah, sometimes it's really all about the angles, right? Like, it might be easier for a center fielder to make like a Superman catch like Kennedy Kemp did it last game, but sometimes it might be easier for that not to occur, and yeah, just the infielder to run it down. But I think that's why Aaron and I kind of like that Bermuda Triangle just imagery, because yeah, weird things happen.
So Bella Giles is batting. She has a 2-1 count. She was caught looking for strike 3 in the 5th and then struck out in the 3rd. A swing and a miss. And then her only hit of the afternoon came in the 1st, a single. It's 3-1 though. Thunder currently down by 3 runs here in the bottom of the 6th. And that's going to be fouled. And it actually hits the electricity post.
Wow.
I actually don't know what that is. It the electricity post?
That would make sense to me. I wonder what the odds. I wonder how many players have hit that.
I too do wonder. And it looks like Giles will settle for the walk. Kate Welch on for Wheaton. homered in the third, and then in the fifth, got on to first base despite striking out off a wild pitch. Currently runners at the corners with 2 outs. The tying run is at the plate. That one blasted into left field, back at the wall.
It's
See you later.
gone!
Kate Welch, her second home run of the ball game, and she just tied this game up at 7-all.
Wow. What a player, Kate Welch. Go off, have yourself a career day, 2 home runs. Yeah, everyone here knew instantly. You know it's a good home run when the left fielder barely takes a step and just turns over their shoulder to watch it fly. We've got ourselves a ball game at Wheaton.
Second home run this season. Her 6th career home run to go along with it. As the Thunder, having come into this game, winning 7 straight, they're looking to go for 8 and sweep another opponent in the process. In fact, marked their 4th sweep. They defeated Eureka, they defeated Blackbird, they defeated Maranatha Baptist, all in sweeps. They'd love to do the same thing against Wisconsin Lutheran.
Yeah, and 2 walk-offs in that time span.
0-1 count outside for ball 1. So 3 runs have been put up by the Thunder, single-handedly off of Kate Welch, who came into this game with only 1 RBI.
Comes out of it with a handful. Oh, this is actually
Look
headed
out.
towards us.
Oh my goodness, that actually was close to hitting someone. And another bystander who attempted to go for it almost lands in the trees.
You know, I am having my mom send me my softball glove all the way from California, so I think the next time we're out here, if my glove comes in time, I'm serious, I'm going to bring it. Just because catching barehanded is hard. I feel like that's when you can break fingers.
So 1-2 count. The sun is starting to set. Technically doesn't set until about, I think, 7 something, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wait, this
Another
is actually
pop-up.
coming at us.
And that's going to be caught for the 3rd out. Stellmacher saving all of us.
Yeah. I actually thought it was going to go over the fence for just a second, but it stayed in. It was actually, if it had gone the path I thought, it was actually probably out of hit my computer. So thank you, Stellmacher.
Nonetheless, Wisconsin Lutheran scores 4 runs in the top of the 6th. Wheaton comes in and scores 3 runs. And the bottom of the 6th, 7-all from Ruth Leedy Field. So it's 7-all, top of the 7th inning.
Stellmacher is fooled on that first pitch and swings through it.
And we're just getting informed if this game potentially has to get called off because of time and the fact that there are no lights here at Ruth Leedy Field, and the score remains as it is, it would technically go down as a tie for both of these teams.
Oh. Well, I guess a tie is better than a loss.
Yeah. 1-1 count. Again, Wheaton took game 1, 5-4. In a game that featured a walk-off hit by Amaya Daniels, an RBI single firing at the dirt and producing a ball. So Hannah Stellmacher, who just made that last grab, is currently at the plate, doubled in the 3rd inning, but grounded out in her last at-bat. Sliced into center field. Kemp. Oh, wow! Can you believe it? Kennedy Kemp does it again.
Oh my goodness. I honestly had my doubts on that one, but she stuck out her glove and timed that right. That is insane. Kennedy Kemp, 3 beautiful catches this today. 2 in the first and this one now, saving a base run.
And in game 1, she had 5 putouts. Although I'm pretty sure some of those putouts were a lot harder than what the stats make it out to be.
Yes, for sure. Oh my goodness. We should put that on a highlight. That might be the highlight, one of the highlights of the game. Defensively, I think actually that's my highlight of the game.
This game has featured both great offense and some really solid to excellent defense. So now Natalie Jordan is hitting. Had an RBI single in the 1st inning. Walked in the 3rd inning.
Ooh. Nasty pitch by Iris Jones. Oh my goodness, she slowed that. She felt like she wound back the clock on away, and that ball just sailed in there. Jordan didn't even take a swing.
First time Jordan strikes out. 2 away here at the top of the 7th. Thunder would love to do the same thing that they did in game 1. Walk it off. And it looks like Ellie Scott will come in. This is her first at-bat appearance and her first appearance of the season. The freshman of Chaska, Minnesota.
Wow, this is a huge moment. As a freshman, your first appearance ever collegiately, this is huge.
No one on with 2 outs. Sprays it a little bit too high for ball 1.
Sent over near the fire pits and stoop patio. I think there's a couple people down there, but no one went running for cover.
The 0-1. Too much sauce on that for ball 1.
Yeah, she looks like she's trying to hit a spot, which, I mean, obviously you typically are, but she looks like she's trying to aim a little bit too much. And honestly, in softball, it's kind of weird. Sometimes you have to, not think that you're going to aim somewhere and just throw it. That was off speed. Didn't quite get there, though.
The count is 3-1. Scott threatening to walk. Next up is Addison Wheeler if she gets her chance. And Scott will head over to first base.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice at-bat by Scott for her first collegiate at-bat, drawing a walk. As we have a pinch runner coming on for her now.
Yeah, that's Maddie Caprillion who's in the game.
Yeah, Jones just couldn't quite find that strike zone on that one. She was working a little bit higher. I feel like both both teams have had a lot of success working on the lower half of the zone, meaning working kind of around the belt to knee area, whereas Jones was sailing it a little too high. The shoulder/chest is about the top of the strike zone, but she was sailing it a little too high.
Wheeler's now batting for the Warriors. She's grounded out twice. She got onto first base in the 4th inning, which was her first hit of the season. Freshman of Freeport, Illinois, playing in her 8th game. Other than that, she walked against Beloit. Attempt steal over, and is the play made? It's not. So Caprillion is still safe at second.
Yeah, Hillier, I mean, she's had a great game. Not her fault at all, but the throw is not quite exactly where you want it. Typically, you want it on that right side of the bag because that is where the runner's coming in. So all the player has to do is either not move their glove, which would be the perfect throw, or be able to just bring that glove down. She threw it a little bit to the other side. Here comes the ball.
And that's one into shallow left field. Here comes a run. Caprillion is safe. It's an RBI double for the Warriors. They're on top, 8-7 in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, just a really tough break for Wheaton there. Obviously, that stolen base really did play a key role in getting that run across. A strong throw by Reinhard, but unfortunately just not in time. And Wheaton is definitely going to have to come from behind and walk this off.
Bunt attempted, that's going to be fouled. Warriors looking to add on to this lead, though. Get themselves more of an insurance run, as the Thunder are not only battling the fact that they're down by 1, but they're also battling time, and the sense that this game could get called off because you can't play in the dark. Down low, an almost attempted steal over to third, though, by Wheeler.
Yeah, it is starting to get a little darker, a little quicker. The sun is pretty much gone, at least if it's not quite down near the horizon line, because I can't see because there's Blanchard Hall. It is really close. Got a foul ball.
The count's now 1-2. Irish Jones looking to get the final out. The top of the 7th, that one off speed for ball 2.
Yeah, she's doing a good job of mixing her pitches. I think Wisconsin Lutheran is just doing a better job at holding up. That first one, though, where she got Jordan looking, that was a perfectly placed off speed because it didn't touch the ground and it was in the strike zone.
Heller spits that one up into shallow right field, and the play is going to be made by Kang. So Wheaton, assuming this game is still going to go on, is going to have one more opportunity to perhaps level this one up or potentially win it with a walk-off. So we were just told by the umpires that this is going to be the final half inning. So if this game is tied 8-8, there will be no extra innings played because it's going to get too dark. And so both teams will end up with a tie in the standings. So McCagran is going to be batting for the Thunder, and a swing and a miss right there for strike 2. Tegan Piven has been crucial for the Warriors ever since coming into the ball game.
Yeah, after McCagran, you have the top of Wheaton's lineup, who has done a pretty good job both games of wreaking havoc.
Oh, they're called strike 3. Not even a chance to swing right there for McCagran.
You know, I've never played a game where it's like in danger of being called because of the sun going down. So I kind of wonder what's going on in their minds. Like, because if you're typically known as a patient hitter, you know, fouling off multiple pitches and stuff, but you know that the sun might go down before you finish playing, that I just, yeah, I can't quite imagine what they're thinking. Obviously, they want to win, they want to get hits, they want to score, but yeah, I wonder how this, if the sun going down pretty quickly, if that is changing some of their strategy.
Well, game 2 of this doubleheader last year had to be basically called incomplete because they ran out of time themselves. Although that game in of itself was different because of all the weather delays they were dealing with as Wheaton took game 1. So the second game technically didn't count towards the standings, although this game is definitely going to count nonetheless. Are they overchanging the call or not? So I'm going to say 2 balls and no strikes, so not 1-1.
I think they called an illegal pitch by the pitcher. It's probably because her foot left early from the rubber. But I mean, that's only going to help Wheaton as her net has a 3-0 count. I don't imagine she gets a green light to swing. I think she's going to take.
Does exactly that. Tying run is at first base. The go-ahead run is at the plate in the form of Nori Kang. Kang got a single back in the second inning. She was hit by a pitch in the 4th, grounded out in the 1st, and popped up in the 5th. 1 for 3 and a walk back in game 1. Kang, solid contact into right field. It will be a base hit. Or will it? Did they just rule a foul ball?
Yes, they did.
The entire crowd thought it was a base hit, but instead it's foul, not fair.
Yeah, and we can't quite see that far down. So tough. Because Harnett was already at 3rd by the time they called that foul.
The 0-1 becomes 0-2 for Kang. Already 1 out for Wheaton. Kang going to pop that one up.
We mentioned this before. This is a quick side note that the field being in the heart of campus is kind of fun because I'm looking out into the outfield and there's just people walking by and stopping and watching. Like, I love that because you can't do that for baseball. You have to go drive 10 minutes. And that is not a base. Oh, it is a base hit.
So runners at 1st and 2nd will be safe. Harnett
All right.
at 2nd, Kang at 1st.
And guess who's up? Abby Whitehead. Yeah, hit deep in. Kang hit that pretty deep into the hole for short, and no play, and using her legs to log that as a hit.
Whitehead, 2 singles in the 1st and the 4th, walked in the 2nd, and then got on base in the 6th off an error from the second base person. Four home runs this season for Abby Whitehead and 12 RBIs, both leading the team. Also leading the CCIW in home runs. That one down low for ball 2. And this lineup does not get any easier for Tegan Piven.
Yeah, got a bit of a student section over here. They are on their feet.
2-0, making contact. And the play over to first base is made. What's the ruling, though? Is Whitehead safe at first?
Oh.
I think that's what they're going to rule. Whitehead safe at first. Harnett trying to go for third is out. So 2 runners are on, being Kang and Whitehead, and 2 outs.
Yes, I think you're calling that her foot popped off of the bag, even though the throw did beat Whitehead down there, but the umpires are going to be talking about it right now. There is no replay, so it's only up to what the 2 umpires come to an agreement on. But should the call stand that Whitehead is safe, that brings up Mia Reinhardt for Wheaton's last shot at tying the game.
The Warriors believe it was a 5-3 double play.
Yes. I mean, yeah, the throw definitely beat her. So I guess the question is, was her foot on the bag when she tapped it?
Morghisi was the one who picked up the ball, tagged third, and then threw it over to first. And then indeed they will rule Abby Whitehead is safe at first. Now it's Mia Reinhardt in a clutch situation. 2 on with 2 out. Reinhardt had a 2 RBI single in the first inning. She also singled in the 6th. RBI as well in game 1. Popped outside, that should be a foul ball. Piven so far, 2 2/3 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, and she struck out 1 while walking 2. That one right up the gut. A chance at a tying run.
Here comes the
Nori
throw.
Kang, can she get there? Is she safe?
She is safe. The throw beat her home, but Stellmacher was unable to corral that ball and bring in a tag, and King did a good job of still sliding through and putting her hand on the plate. We have a tie game here, and I'm so interested to see if we are going to be able to finish this game because it is steadily getting darker as Hillier steps up to the plate.
So Mia Reinhardt officially credited with the RBI single. We are tied at 8-all. Hilliard, who is hitless in this game, 0 for 4, looking for her first hit of the entire series as well. She was 0 for 3 in game 1. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Whitehead at second, Reinhardt at first.
Yeah.
2 on and 2 outs, taking it high for ball 1. The Thunder looking to win 8 consecutive games, sweep their 4th straight opponent. Warriors looking to avoid a sweep against the Thunder in their 3rd consecutive loss.
High.
I say that's outside for ball 2. Thunder with 13 hits in this game, Warriors with 12. Wheaton has stranded 10 base runners, which could come back to bite the Thunder if they can't hang on and potentially win this one. This game ends up in a tie. In the gap, into right field, a chance to bring a runner home. Whitehead able to score.
We have 2 walk-offs.
Donahue again.
Madeline Hillier. You know, it does not matter if you've gone 0 for 4 until you get to the plate. You pretend that none of that has happened. Beautiful hit through the right side of the field. The second time this has happened today. A second walk-off for Wheaton. And we all did it while the sun was gone, but it's still light out.
The Wheaton Thunder keep their winning streak alive. It's currently at 8. They have swept their 4th consecutive opponent. What a series between these 2 squads, and what a game from both.
Yeah, no, it has been so fun to watch. I mean, whenever you have to walk off the game, that typically means that it was a good game. And obviously Wheaton can take a lot from this game, I think, especially leaving those runners on. Unfortunately, those 10 left on base might have hurt them. But Wisconsin Lutheran should definitely not hang their heads at all because they pushed Wheaton to the brink. And it was really, really fun to watch. So many defensive highlights. It's great offense. I gotta say, I think it was a good day. What do you think, Aiden?
Yeah, pretty good day as well. I'm just still shocked at this game. And also game one where Wheaton won 5-4. Wheaton takes care of Wisconsin Lutheran 9-8. The Thunder's next game is going to be at Olivet on March 28th. And then they're at Aurora on April 1st. And then finally here against Rockford on April 2nd. All three of those opponents are doubleheaders. Alongside Stephanie Kishia, Maiden Kong, signing off on the CCIW Network.